Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here in chat. Already saw some questions, but yeah, sorry for being a tiny bit late, as always, but what can I say? Busy day. Quite difficult to make things in time, sometimes at least. I hope you had a fantastic day, hope you're all doing well. And yeah, the music, somebody asked what's the God Save the Queen music. It was the longest music thing I had in my playlist from the YouTube library. So you maybe are aware that using music on YouTube is difficult at times. So you have to maybe look for some sources where it's possible or easier without getting into any right and licensing issues. And yeah, that was my approach of doing this. And yeah, it was the Ninth Symphony was the longest track I had because I didn't know how long I would take till the stream starts. So at least there was going on something. But yeah, really interesting thing. So before we let me just catch up with chat a bit. I try today to be more on the time. So maybe you have to copy your message and post it later again. So I don't have to scroll back for like half an hour through chat, just in case many people are having questions today or anything. Also, the first question I read was quite helpful already because I was recently on Fellowship of Fans podcast thing, and we talked about a new league, and it was about Sauron, a hooded figure maybe appearing in a village, and another character called Adar, if I remember correctly, which means father, translated Sindarin. And he seems to be like a corrupted elf or something, and the hooded figure appears there. It's not clear if Adar and the hooded figure are the same person or not, and so on. There's some speculation going on there in the league, but yeah, quite interesting. So I thought maybe Sauron is an interesting topic to start. So the first question I read here was pretty decent though, to just get introduction. Also, somebody wrote, the Elrond video was great, by the way. Thank you. Much appreciated. I always listen. Zolor. Now the question, where did I see the question? Yeah, there it was. I got a question. Since Sauron's spirit can't really die, what happened to him after Third Age? That's a good question. So it seems, so that is the theory, that Sauron bound a lot of his power, of his will, a part of his being, you could maybe say, into the ring. So when the ring gets undone, this part is also undone, so to say. It does not necessarily return to Sauron. There are some assumptions or some implications in the lore. What happens when a Maiar, so an angel of lower rank like Sauron, loses his physical form. So the Maiar are Ainur. Ainur are spirit beings, and they are complete without a body. But when some of the Ainur went to Middle-earth, to Arda, when it was created and decided to help forming the world, they were bound to the world, and they also took a physical form that was, let's say, representing their spirit form, if that makes any sense. That's a bit of interpretation by my side, by the way, but that's how I at least understand it. And there is a scene where Sauron is defeated by Luthien and Huan, the Hound, and and they went there to save Beren, etc. And there, Sauron seems to be very fearful that that his physical form gets killed, that it gets destroyed here in the process, and he basically gives the power to Luthien and then takes the form of a vampire, of a bat, and flies away, and the blood is dripping down and creates horrible things. I think something like this was mentioned there. So there seems to be, even though it's a spirit being, there seems to be a consequence of losing the physical form. I interpret this in a way as it takes also some power of the being itself to create a physical form. As a physical form is destroyed, the spirit gets diminished or loses some of its power. So it's not a thing they really want. They don't want to be slain or killed. And as a result, I would say that it is even more extreme in the case of the One Ring, because there seems to be like a downside to it, if that makes any sense, because a big part of Sauron is part of this ring. And I think Sauron also created like a weird, let's call it a precedence, with having the ring, that the ring itself keeps this, or prevents this from happening. When we go back to the Second Age, now we're jumping to the end of Numenor, we notice that if we read the story there, that the Sauron's, when Numenor is sinking into the ocean and is destroyed by Eru, that is God, then his body form was destroyed. And we can read that, I forgot the exact phrasing, it will be in the next part of the Elrond video though, we also discussed this very shortly there. I think it's described as a dark wind, and this dark wind carries the One Ring and returns to Mordor, and there he can take a new physical form, but he can never take a fair form again, because once he was fair and could take a fair form in his past, this is now gone. Now he has to create a new physical form that fits to some degree his body, and in a way, I guess, losing his body by I don't know, basically being destroyed by God, probably also has some consequences for him. That's probably why he can't take a fair form anymore. So losing your original physical form definitely seems to have, even for a spirit being, consequences. And the One Ring circumvents at least parts of losing power, if that makes any sense. And now if the One Ring is undone, it's even possible, that's just a theory of mine though, that when Sauron died in Numenor, that he was also bound to the One Ring even more, because he was killed there, he was destroyed there, diminished there. I understand it like if a Maiar loses his physical form, he is usually diminished with some exceptions. Like Gandalf is brought back by God himself. He's not diminished, he's empowered. So there's some certain situations where this is probably different. But in Sauron's case, when you rebel against Eru, then things, of course, might become quite different here. And I assume he is bound to the One Ring even more. And when it's now to answer the question, was a long explanation for that. The One Ring is destroyed now at the end of the Third Age, and with this part of Sauron is undone. As a result, what it remains of Sauron is also mostly undone and basically diminished to almost nothingness. So it's yeah, I don't know how to describe. Like, it's infinitely small. I'm not sure how it's pronounced in English. Infinitesimal, something like infinitesimal in German. It's a really fascinating word. But yeah, it is not much is left of him. And now he has a form, that is what Tolkien, I think, also explained in some of his letters, that he can't he can't return to the point of power he had before. He's now at a point he has to stay, and he becomes basically like a dark shadow, but he has no power anymore. He's still bound to Arda, and he still exists, so he's not gone, but he is impotent, you could say. He has no power anymore. He can't also regenerate his power anymore, it seems. That's at least what Tolkien wrote. So it's a dark fate for him, and that is basically, the end of Sauron as we knew him. So I hope this answers the question to some degree. Also, welcome Kierdan, nice to see my mod here. Let me just also do something really quick in the background. In the meantime, feel free. I hope if there are follow-up questions, maybe post them now, so we don't get too much confused. I could try to find this with a dark wind if you want the quote, but you have to believe me now. I'm not even sure. I think it's described in the Silmarillion. But I would need to know the exact phrase to find it. Okay, I found Dark Wind. There it is. I found it, I think. Yeah, the world was broken, and the land was swallowed up, and the seas rose over it. And Sauron himself went down into the abyss, but his spirit arose and fled back on a dark wind to Middle-earth, seeking a home. So that is the passage. It in the Silmarillion, in the chapter, maybe that's also interesting for you. Of course, the Ring of Power and the Third Age. Relatively, I wouldn't say at the beginning, but maybe in the middle, closer to the beginning, yeah. Something like this. Okay, where's Mr. Chat? Here it is. Okay, so let's return to more questions and see what's going on. There was already a very long and hard to answer question. So as said, I tried to be a bit more on the... Yeah, Sauron crafted the One Ring around 1,500 years before he was taken to Numenor. Yeah, exactly. Roundabout, I think. Yeah, 1,500 years. It was forged 1,600, and he was taken to Numenor 3,100 in the 3000s, early 3000s. The movies are canon too. Well, the movies have their own canon, but they are, of course, not canon with a book universe, if that makes any sense. There are definitely some changes that are vastly different. You and Nerd of the Rings have already answered most of my questions. I just removed my headphones by accident. Yeah. So, yeah, that's always a problem. If we have so many people answering questions, at some point there are simply not that many left, I guess. Yeah, take a manipulative demigod to your home. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. Hell, my question is: there's a third continent, and that lies beyond the Sea of Rhûn. Did Tolkien ever explore that subject in one of his letters? I'm not sure if he explored this in his letters, but I assume beyond the Seas of Rhûn. So you mean in the very far east? So. It's a complicated story to explain. There are two books called the Book of Lost Tales. Maybe, can I show this to you? And maybe, there's a beautiful artwork, which I don't have permission to use, but I could show you the book cover. But I probably it would take me a moment to find the book cover. So if you give me a moment, I can maybe bring it up on screen. Oh, I've done so many cool things here. And there are two gates in the world. There's the Doors of Night and the Gates of Morning, I think it's called. And these are exactly what you see here. Wait a moment. Let me just see if I can if I have the file here somewhere. Books. Where is it? It's a Book of Lost Tales one. There's two. It's a pretty cool artwork. I'm not sure who did it though. It's either Alan Lee or John Howe, I think. There it is. It's a very interesting but also strange book. That is the Book of Lost Tales Part 2. And here, I'm not sure if you see, I think this is the Gate of Night, or the Doors of Night. So basically, at the beginning, the world was flat, if that makes sense. I received an error message. That is always unfortunate. Let me see if I can... I'm definitely not prepared for my stuff here. Let me see. So, yeah, these are doors. And you see these dragons there. There is a mention that, like, dragon statues cover it. And it's basically the idea is the world is flat, and through the doors in the east, where the sun rises, there the door opens and the sun comes out and lights the world basically, and then it goes over the sky, and then through the door to the Gates of Night, and then night is, and the moon follows it, of course. So there is, this is basically the imagination, and there are these mysterious doors, and outside of these doors there is a void. And on this other continent you mentioned, I still try to bring it up. It's just a bit complicated to do because I don't have the map prepared. So bear with me for a moment. Oh boy, I don't see the thing here. I need my... Where could it be? I have a bazillion maps here. Let's take a First Age map. Why not? I hope it's the current version of it. Also, what do I have to do? I have to press this? No, that's wrong. Why is it not fitting? There's a command to make stuff fit in OBS, but for whatever reason, it's of course now that I need it the most not working. Huh? I pressed the button for it. Whatever. There it is. There is also an arrow on it. So we talk about this continent here. Now you should see it. It is only a sketch, so don't... yeah, it's very imprecise, this map. Don't use it as like for scales or whatever. It's just roundabout. And I've drawn it in Photoshop. And here you see there's the East continent, the uttermost East, it's usually called, I think. And yeah, there are these doors. The gates of night, these are the gates of morning. The gates or the doors of night are of course on the on the opposite side. So they are somewhere here, where the sun goes down. And beyond this, there is a void. There's a certain space that is outside of Arda, and Morgoth, for example, is kicked out through the gates of night. And if we return to this book here, there's not much that we know about those, to be honest, but the Book of Lost Tales Part 1 and Part 2, they are very, very... So what you have to understand, originally Tolkien wanted to create mythology for England, and this is his approach. The texts in this book are really old. Like, we talk about round about 1916 to, I don't know, to the 1920s. And if you know the Silmarillion, this book is wild, like really wild. But some parts Tolkien never updated or finished later, so we even find some parts out of the Book of Lost Tales to some degree later in the posthumously published Silmarillion and so on. It's quite interesting, but it's a really interesting read because the lore is just, you know, everything in this book sounds so familiar, but it's just amped up to 11. It's just so incredibly weird in so many parts. It's fascinating. It's a really fascinating book. So out of the History of Middle-earth books, I like those also quite a lot. Even though I haven't read them in quite some time because they are so different, and usually for my videos I need other sources. So my memory is probably a bit rusty, but there's so much weird stuff in this thing. It's really fascinating. Like, for example, I don't know, in the early versions, the Valar, for example, had children, and there was some other Valar, I think there was a Valar children who had power over time and stuff like this. It's really fascinating stuff in this. Interestingly, some parts also have not changed that much. So Eärendil, there he's usually called Eärendil and so on. Melkor is called Melkor with just an O at the end and so on. Some names are completely different. The Noldor are called gnomes for the most part, and so on. Some roles are a bit mixed. It's really fascinating. So yeah, there is this. Let me just see. So I try to, as I said, question. I see another question here. That's good. Why don't we see Shrek when they pass through the dead marshes? That's a good question. Probably the universes have not melted yet. So, what is Sauron's plan to bring back Melkor from the was it Sauron or not? What was it? Sauron's plan to bring Melkor back from the void, his ultimate goal. Would he be okay with handing over ultimate power to his former master? That's a really hard to answer question, but also a very interesting one. Yeah, really good question. Hard to answer though. I have to admit, I would assume Sauron later might want to do his own stuff and distances himself a bit from Melkor, because in a way both are evil but very different in their goals. While Melkor was kind of nihilistic, he wanted to destroy the creation of Eru and replace the creation by his own creation, which he could not do. There are old mentions or stories, I think, about him trying to find the so-called flame imperishable. That's the power of Eru to create life or sentient life, and he could not find it, and so he can only transform the existing creation of God and corrupt it or change it to how he likes it. But he can't do his own. And then he thinks, okay, if I can't have my own creation, then none shall have his creation. And that is his goal, to destroy everything. There is, I think in Morgoth's Ring, on one of the letters, Tolkien also explains that Melkor would have even destroyed his own creations in the end, because he wanted to have nothingness. That was basically his goal. And Sauron's goal is different. He sees the world and he doesn't like the order of the world. And he says, I like the basic concept of the world, but it needs new order. And I will rule over the world as a god king and put everything under my will and rule as a god king, so to say. And then the world will be in an order that he likes. And that is his ultimate goal, at least as far as I understand Sauron. So, but you see that both goals of Melkor and Sauron are very different. However, Sauron saw that Melkor was maybe the only one who could fulfill, or who could bring a change to the world and rebel to it. And one could maybe say there aren't other options. Maybe he also never fully understood the deeper goals of Melkor. Who knows? It's really hard to say. But he knew for a change of order, Melkor was the only way. And of course, also Melkor was another way to power. Morgoth's Ring is Arda, the world itself, which was corrupted and infused by the power of Melkor, and every other dark and evil sorcery and etc. that is later used is based on that. We can read that also in Morgoth's Ring. Could maybe find the quote, but it probably would take me some time to find it here on the stream really quick. Really have to. There's a section about gold and how there's too much gold. Maybe silver. Also, too much silver is mentioned. Will be pretty hard to find, I think, fast. If somebody has the quote, maybe you can post it in chat. I have to look in an old script of mine. I think I put the quote in some of my older videos somewhere. I think I don't find it this fast. But it's a Morgoth's Ring, I'm pretty sure about that. It's too many golds here. I found it. Lucky me. It was this Morgoth element in matter, indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. So this element, this infusion of the world, is needed for him to do his actual magic stuff. So even Sauron heavily relies on Morgoth. He knows he can't do what he does without him. So it's really hard to say in this if he would accept Morgoth later back as a master or not. I think Sauron's plan was definitely not to free Morgoth, though. He knew he was even quite happy with the status quo, and he used Morgoth as an idol, as a figure. To for example, in Numenor, he builds a temple for Morgoth, and he makes that the people worship him again, and so on, and he becomes the high priest. But I guess he doesn't really want him back. Maybe he wants, maybe not. It's really hard to say. I guess he really wants to do his own thing later in the age, but I think he also knows that he is nothing without Morgoth himself too. So there's this weird, almost like a symbiotic relationship between them. So I hope this could answer the question. Yeah, Sauron just wanted to rule all, exactly. They're very different, exactly. Because Sauron lives in the dark. He was a bad boy. Okay, follow-up question. Is Eonwe, that is the herald of Manwë, maybe the leader of the Maiar? So Manwë, of course, a complicated topic, but yeah, is he stronger than Sauron? Or was Sauron the strongest Maiar? That's a hard to say question. Like, who is stronger is always hard to say, because what does this exactly mean? Like, in a 1v1 combat, or when it comes to what their overall powers to change the world, etc., that is really hard to say who is stronger there. I can't give you a really satisfying answer. But if there would be, like, if the Valar would send a host to Mordor and destroy Sauron, and Eonwe would most likely lead it, and he would win in the end. That I'm pretty sure of. So probably Eonwe is most likely stronger, because the authority of Manwë and the Valar and God himself is with him, not with Sauron. So in the end, Sauron can't win, if that would be the case. But this never happened, so we don't know for sure, I guess. Also, welcome to all the people maybe just turning in. So when Morgoth was defeated, he got sent to the Void. Why didn't that happen to Sauron? Because Sauron was found by the Maiar and surrendered. And then Eonwe said to Sauron, "Hey, Sauron, go to Aman and receive your judgment from the Valar." And he said, "Yeah, okay." And then he said, "Maybe not." And then he just left and hid somewhere. And they let him basically go. So that's the story in short. If that makes any sense. I guess it doesn't make too much sense. They simply didn't capture Sauron, and Sauron surrendered and promised to go there, and he just broke his promise. And this is an interesting point, because in this moment, I would argue Sauron becomes kind of the next Dark Lord, the successor of Melkor / Morgoth. And the reason for that is he could have received judgment, and maybe there would be some kind of punishment. Like when Melkor rebelled in the past, and then he begged for mercy when he was defeated first time. That was after the, I think, often called the war for sake of the elves. There was a very early war when the elves awoke, and the Valar noticed, oh, Sauron is, Melkor Morgoth is doing terrible things to the elves and so on, we have to stop him. Then they started this war, besieged his first fortress, Utumno, and captured Melkor. And he begged for mercy, and then he received judgment. He was brought to Aman, or went there, received judgment, begged for pardon. He was then put into the halls of Mandos, which even Melkor, the most powerful of the Valar, could not leave. And he had to stay there for, in the Silmarillion, it's described as 3 ages. As we later learn in also the Nature of Middle-earth book, tells us a bit about what these time frames exactly mean. There's also some passages about this in either Morgoth's Ring or War of the Jewels, I think. It also covers a bit of this date debate. And an age here is, I don't know. To be honest, at this point, I don't know how long a Valiant year. I think it's 1,000 years roundabout. I assume with the new system, it's 14,000 years. I don't know. It's hard to say how long something is exactly now. I'm pretty lost when it comes to the years of the sun timeline now. And as a result, he was put into the halls of Mandos for 3 of those ages, whatever this means. In the original timeline, as I imagine it, it's 3,000 years roundabout, and solar years. And then he was set free, and he lived in Aman again. So this could have happened to Sauron too. He might have been imprisoned for 3,000 years or whatever, and I don't know, had to give have to give a promise or something, and that he won't do this again. And then he maybe would have been accepted among, to a certain degree. Maybe the Maiar would be, and Valar would be a bit, let's say, not trusting him fully. I'm not sure how this is, but he could have been basically reintegrated into the society of the Ainur again. He decided against this. He did not go to Aman and receive his judgment. He stayed in this status of being a rebellion against Eru and the Valar. And that, of course, made him, especially when he took a new realm and built Barad-dûr and so on, he became the next Dark Lord. So, that is the reason why Sauron was not thrown into the void. Melkor, in contrast, as said, he was pardoned one time, and then he broke his promise, and he went to rebellion again, destroyed the 2 trees of Valinor, and then it ends 590 years roundabout later. Let's say 600 something years. I'm not sure how long the time between the destruction and the first rising of the sun is. There are some Valiant years in between, and since we don't know how long that is, it could, let's say, a certain time. So it ends with the War of Wrath in the end, and then this time there's no judgment for him. Now he has only, you are cast into the void, and that is your punishment. Have fun with it. You don't get a second chance here. You betrayed us one more time and another time, so yeah. You broke your promise, basically. I hope that explains it. There's a bit of my interpretation in it too, so take it with a grain of salt. But that's at least how I understand it. Who knows more? Lord of the Rings lore, you or Stephen Colbert? I'm not sure. Since I don't know Stephen Colbert, so it's hard to say, but he definitely knows a lot. I know that for a fact, so I would not mess with this man around. But it's really hard to say. He probably knows also quite a bit. Would be really interesting to have him, like, I don't know, on a show with some other, like, Nerd of the Rings maybe gets him as guest or something at some point, I'm not sure. That would be pretty interesting to see. Colbert had a teleprompter. I definitely believe that he's a fan and knows quite a bit, so I'm not sure. I mean, I make videos, at least sometimes, so I also know a few things, but there are definitely people who know more than I do and have a better understanding. Yeah, for sure, Mandos would crush Sauron in a fight. I would say most of the Valar would, but of course it's complicated because it's not only about fighting Sauron 1v1 or whatever, you also have to consider that Sauron has like a realm, armies, deadly creatures, and so on. There's also lives on the line with men, elves, and dwarves, and ents, etc. living in the world, and then it becomes complicated. That would be amazing, yes. Too late, drunk on Mirovor. Let me just see. I hope I answered the questions to, somewhat decently. I'm not sure about that. Let me just read through chat here. As said, if you have questions from earlier, this time I tried to stay a bit at the beat of present in chat and don't scroll back for like half an hour. So you maybe have to read. I probably miss a lot of stuff written in chat, but I just checking up what's going on. If you could ask Tolkien 3 questions that aren't Middle-earth related, what would it be? To be honest, a lot of questions. I would have some unusual questions, but they're all Middle-earth related. So that's a difficult one. What is chat saying about this? What would you ask Tolkien? Like, I think my first one of my questions would relate, I don't know, the idea how people in the world would, it's now Middle-earth related, of course, not Middle-earth related. But it would be, why exactly did he choose, for example, Old English, Old Norse? Why is there also some Gothic names in his world? Why did he choose these real-world languages for his work? That would be, I mean, Old English makes sense because he was an expert for it. But I would also say that it's really fascinating that he chose those languages to represent. My questions would be around those, like what is the relationship between Old English and Gothic in his world? Why are there some very old Norsemen that seem to have Gothic names? So why is that? Why does the Gothic represent some of the names of those? That would be one of the questions I would be very curious about. I know it's not answering your question directly, but definitely would go into this language direction. Also, maybe I would have asked about some of the inspirations from the Old Norse and Old English mythology that he had. Would be really interesting to know. Maybe also, maybe it's a good question. I would definitely ask about his experience in the Great War. Yeah, that's a good one. I agree on that. That would also be a pretty cool question, not gonna lie. Now, it's really hard to imagine what this war does to you, and especially maybe a question would be, and then seeing there's a second world war coming up. You had one of those and it was terrible. And then people think, yeah, let's have a second of one of those. That's what we need right now. Like, especially as a very intelligent person and a professor for language, very educated man, you see another world war coming up. That must be like a devastating experience. Any of the Silmarils still around in the War of the Ring time? Well, in the end of the Silmarillion, so the story just told where Sauron should go and receive his judgment in Aman, we also have that the 2 last remaining sons of Fëanor, Maedhros and Maglor, take, I assume, a few of their elf friends and sneak into the camp of Eonwë, the other mentioned, that is the leader of the Maiar. He's also a Maiar, not a Valar, and he's the herald of the king of the Valar of Manwë. And there's also a female version And I always forget the name of her. Maybe somebody in chat knows. I can't remember. I know it starts with an I. I can Google it really fast. Yeah, it's Ilmare. And yeah, they together basically are the Maiar and the leaders of the Maiar, if you want, they have the most authority. And yeah, I mean, they break into the camp, sneak into the camp in secret, slew the guards, and stole the last remaining two remaining Silmarils, and because they were so evil and in a way twisted due to the oath and all the bad things they did, the Silmarils would burn their hands because they were hollowed by Varda, and no evil could touch them. And this pained them so much, and showing them in a way that everything they did was meaningless in a way. And as a result, Maedhros threw himself with the Silmaril into a fiery pit and died. And Maglor threw his Silmaril into the ocean. So, and the last Silmaril was with the father of Elrond, with Eärendil, in the sky. So they were in the sky, in the fire or in the earth, and in the water. So we have the three classic elements of the world that are all very important. If we later see the 3 elven rings, we have the ring of water, the ring of fire, and the ring of air. Or air, sky, quite similar. So this is definitely a thing that is, I assume, to some degree present in the culture and mythology of the elves and the world. And as a result, they are around, but they are not accessible by anyone, except maybe by some of the Maiar or whatever, of the Valar, or God himself. But we don't know for sure. So discussion. Tom Bombadil, nameless things so old they were a direct result of the music of the Ainur itself. Tom, the harmony, nameless things, the dissonance of Melkor. Did Tolkien write to this? Not sure if he wrote about this. An interesting theory. I myself could imagine multiple things that maybe, as you say, Tom Bombadil is maybe an incarnation of the music of the Ainur to some degree, but it's not 100% clear. It stays a theory. What Tolkien wrote about Tom Bombadil, that he represents the English countryside basically. So he's like a mythological being that represents the spirit of what Tolkien thinks of when he thinks of this countryside. And the nameless things are like a mystery. Like, I don't know what we don't even know if they are dissonant. We don't know if they are evil or not. They could be just beings living under the earth, and nobody knows that they were ever created. If that makes any sense. So I can't give you a really good answer. There's just so little information we know about those that without doubt, you have to start theorizing what could be up with them. Follow-up question to the Sauron bring back Melkor. Could he even bring him back? Isn't that power only with Eru, the OG Ilúvatar? I also think you might be right. He might not have the power to bring him back. He has to navigate through the void and find him, and I assume that is quite difficult. If it would be so easy, maybe Melkor could bring himself back alone, but he can't. And as a result, it's probably difficult. Like, he would also need authority over the void, find him and return. That might be quite difficult. So I don't see that happening too. So I don't think he can, even if he would want to. Also, welcome Gigi, nice to see you here. At least you got notified, and half an hour is pretty much the beginning of my stream. We're still in the introduction, always answering questions, of course, but I plan on streaming for a bit longer, so don't worry. There will also be a VOD. I'm a bit indecisive about how to handle stream VODs. Like, just from a YouTuber perspective. I have the option to cut out the intro section with the timer there, and so the video starts directly, and put the original VOD with a chat in it on unlisted and link it in the description or whatever. I did this a few times, but I'm just looking by the numbers. It seems the streams where I just leave the original VOD on without editing it seems to do much better view-wise. It could be a coincidence though, but so maybe I should keep it the way it's this time. I would try to keep the VOD and put a time code in the description. Also, I can set these time codes into the timeline for some devices that you can just know, okay, this is the stream starts here, this is in the second point or something like this. Question: how far have you gotten to the reconciling the the nature of Middle Earth, I think you mean, with older texts? Not that far, to be honest. Thank you, Chris, for acknowledging my timing issue. Yeah, no problem. I'm also always late, so I wanted. It's like a very bad habit of mine, so don't worry. But yeah, how far am I? I'm not that far into that because it's really difficult. I mean the point was already clear before that there was a version of Tolkien, for example, the time thing. I just mentioned the time thing, that a Valiant year is 144 years. And in other versions, it's 10 years or 9.582 years. So solar years. So it was around factor 10. And then at some points, Tolkien wanted to increase this to factor 144. I have no idea what to do with this. It was now again mentioned in the Nature of Middle Earth book again, and we also got some additional notes published that were not known before. I have to still implement a bit of this in my part 2 video, I think. That Tolkien also had, like, in the background, did some math basically and said, this amount of time equals, if you can, how to compare it? Some people calculate cat years or dog years. They just compare it to the normal lifespan of a human and put it into relation to how long a dog lives. And then you could say if the dog is, I have no idea how the exact numbers are. If the dog is, I don't know, 5 years old, this equals this age in human years, basically. And Tolkien did the same for elves and also half elves. I don't have the numbers here right now in front of me or know them out of my head. But this also goes a bit into this idea of the Valiant years. And Tolkien decided that 144 years is the best. And he's even started changing some dates. In The Lord of the Rings, for example, I think it's the birth of Elladan and Elrohir, the two sons of Elrond. He, I think, put them a bit further back, so they make more sense with this underlying math that he did there. But not all. I think Arwen's birth date he did not change, even though he planned to change it too. So it fits better. And as a result, for me, it's not clear what to make out of this now. For me, it's really confusing, to be honest. And I think I don't want to say ignore it, but I think it simply doesn't perfectly work without additional changes to the timeline itself. Like, for example, Helcaraxe. It takes them, I forgot, we talked about this in the past stream too. It takes 3 years, 3 Valiant years, or was it 5 Valiant years? But something along those lines. And that would be 30 years or 50 years. Like I said, really bad with memorizing numbers. And that works. But suddenly, it takes 14 times as much as it did before. That is just huge. What did they do? 500 or whatever years, the number is 500 plus years in the... What did they do? 500 years in Helcaraxe. Maybe I have an image of Helcaraxe, which I can show you. Probably not. No, I have one. Ted Nasmith, just have to find it. That is an icy passage for people wondering. By beautiful illustration by Ted Nasmith. Here you have it. And yeah, it basically connects. If you want to see it, it's a frozen passage over the ocean, connecting Middle Earth and Aman, the two continents. It's on the top there where the arrow is. Yeah. And as you can see, this passage, it's hard to say how big it is, to be honest. But for elves, taking 500 years seems a bit strange. So also there is like a encampment of the elves somewhere around here. And then it takes them 7 years to get here. Valiant years. It was like 70 or 50 or whatever the number was years. And now it's 14 times as much, which is quite a lot. And it feels like a bit strange to my, if I'm totally honest, that I feel like these numbers, I don't personally not the hugest fan of those, even though Tolkien probably for sure thought about. So reconciling some of the stuff we already know and how I imagined it with some of the new stuff from the History of Middle-earth book is definitely a challenge. I can't deny this. Makes things, let's say, complicated, if that makes any sense. But yeah, it makes really stuff a bit complicated. But it's quite interesting still. So some stuff you can for sure add, like dancing bears to Numenor. But other stuff becomes more difficult, not gonna lie. It is a difficult read. I think you mean History of Middle-earth. Academic is an understatement. I just want to sit them side by side with a Silmarillion and see if I can find nuggets of interest. Yeah. I definitely still have to maybe make a dedicated edited video about the nature of Middle-earth stuff. But currently I'm too busy with the Elrond video, and I can't do both at the same time, so I need to focus on one or the other. So it might come up a bit later, which is, I guess, not a problem. The book is not running away, right? And so on. So let me see, what else is there? Also, why would Sauron bring back? I assume you mean Melkor, even if he could. He has to serve another instead of keeping it. And the Ru has the power to bring life alive that Melkor already had. Yeah, makes no sense to. I guess it's also in the way of Sauron himself, I guess. Is Morgoth still alive? Yes. There is a version. It's hard to... Tolkien later distanced himself from this idea. There's a version where Melkor at one point returns and basically initiates the end of the world. And there's a giant battle, the Dargor... what was it called? Dargorlad? I think something like this. Dagorad. Dagorath. Dagorath, yeah. That is the second prophecy or last battle. Second prophecy of Mandos, and Tolkien later removed it. That's why you don't find it in the Silmarillion, I think. Complicated topic, but potentially he's alive and could come back at some point and end the world. And then he gets defeated again and a new world is created. And the creation of the new world, the dwarves help. Also quite interesting. That's an interesting question. Trixie Bell, do you think that Sauron and Saruman used the Palantiri to try and find the One Ring? Would it work? I also asked myself this question before, and yeah, maybe they tried. I can definitely see this. Both had access, at least at some point, to one of the Palantiri. Sauron a bit later. Actually, I'm not sure if Sauron had later. No. Does somebody know out of his head? Nah, I look it up. It should be in Appendix B. I don't know the date. So Sauron conquered Minas Ithil, where he got the Minas Ithil stone, around about Third Age 2000. I can't remember when Saruman started living in Isengard and got the Isengard Palantir. Just have to find the appendix here really quick. Okay. Thanks, Adobe. No, it's much later. It's 2759. So Saruman gets access to the Palantir even later. Round about 200 years before the events of The Hobbit. So Sauron had much more time trying to find this. I'm not sure if it's also a question. Like the Palantiri, sometimes it seems have different, no, not powers, but maybe are better or worse at certain things, and it's hard to say how much range they have and so on. It is definitely a possibility though, but it's, I think, never explicitly stated. We know though that what Sauron did instead though, and Saruman too, is that he sent his servants to search there. So maybe he also tried to find the point in time and see what exactly happened, but maybe he also just sent somebody doing research and finding those. No Harry love Elrond. Nice. Elrond's straight up gangster. Question: would you be fine with another author or producer adding to Tolkien's stuff and also adding or changing some of the unfinished tales for new books or movies? That's a very good question. I think not really. I would say that I would be a fan of this idea. I think we talked about this in the past too, in the past stream, that I'm personally a huge fan of endings. And usually you would do what you suggest to maybe make sequels or something. I'm not the hugest fan of adding too much to something that is already ended or finished, because then you kind of... It's very easy, in my opinion, if you just go down the route of finishing for the sake or adding something for the sake of adding something without having something to say. This can maybe damage the story itself. And if the story, for example, there are some stories that have like a message or want to say something, and it becomes very problematic if you add something for the sake of adding something and then damage even the message of what the author want to basically put out into the world with it. And I guess, of course, it can work without doing any damage to it, but I think the especially the Tolkien fandom, but you of course ask me personally, but in general, is very focused on Tolkien and what the author wrote and his legacy. Tolkien is a very beloved and almost devoted writer by its by the fandom of his book, and as a result, I think if somebody would do this, he would find a lot of critique and a lot of people opposing this idea, and that of course is a bit intimidating for even doing this. And I would say that I personally, I don't know, it if somebody would now say, this version of this story is now the new canon, but what if it is not in harmony with how I imagined it? Then my version and how I imagined it, my headcanon or whatever, would then not be officially canon anymore, and so on. That is, in my opinion, difficult. Very difficult, because Tolkien's not a new writer. Tolkien's writings are some writings are over a century old, and there are a lot of fans over this long time, over many generations, and as a result, I think there is a lot of conflict potential if somebody would do this, especially adding new stories to all of this. I mean, we see this to some degree. For example, if you look at the Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War games, both basically invented a new story for Celebrimbor, in my opinion, and put him as like an elven race into the story that tries to overthrow Sauron and maybe take his place or whatever, or destroy him. And that is, of course, an interesting what-if scenario, but it can, in my opinion, never be really canon. It just causes too many problems with the existing lore. And there are, of course, also reasons why certain aspects don't work. And some of the big stuff, like, for example, the origin of the orcs, would, require a lot of addition and a lot of changes. Tolkien never managed to finish this. As a result, the orcs are from men version that Tolkien thought of in his latest writings, or in his late writings, does simply not work with what we know, how we imagine the lore. And the Silmarillion in of itself is often criticized, and it consists out of Tolkien's writings, for the most part with some slight changes by Christopher Tolkien. And even this book is among the fandom heavily debated and criticized for not being canon. Why did Christopher Tolkien chose those versions? There are some mistakes in it that simply could not be avoided at this time, because maybe Christopher Tolkien had not access to all texts at this point, and so on. It's very difficult, even for a very popular person like Christopher Tolkien, to do this. And so totally another person that is not that beloved as those two would have a far more difficult time to even being accepted. And I guess in a film version, if you say, let's make a what-if version, what if this version and this version would be canon, and then write a story for it, and it's basically, let's say, some official fan fiction, if you maybe publish it under another label or something, I could imagine that this might work if it doesn't get too confusing, but I'm not sure if I'm the hugest fan of it. I mean, there's just so much in Tolkien's world and so on, and it can work. And I guess the Amazon series has to, of course, not contradict the major story events in Tolkien's books and so on, but it has, of course, to add dialogue and characters and so on. So there's definitely a way, and I can see that they do this for the sake of portraying this particular age. Like, if you read the Unfinished Tales and etc., you have some dialogue, but it's not very often. It's more like a history lesson. What happened then? And you have just some very important quotes from this time of some important dialogues, maybe here and there, but not always. And now we see a more fleshed out version that is more focused or maybe a small portion of it. Maybe we will see when the show comes out, I guess. And there will be a lot of invention there that is totally not Tolkien's writings, Tolkien's dialogues, and so on. And so we get this already, and we will have to see how the fandom, how people accept this, and how well it is done. I think this is also an important factor. How well do people do this? How much sense does all of this that they're doing? Hope that answers the question to... yeah, but especially changing stuff would definitely be heavily opposed, and I don't like the idea of changing the existing either. And for some of the changes, like the orc story, for example, the orc origin story, you would even in Lord of the Rings, it is mentioned. Let me see if I can find it really quick. That the elves, it is implied that the elves are the origin, or at least it's referenced. Yeah, the Treebeard talks to Merry and Pippin and talks about trolls. Maybe you have heard of trolls. They are mighty strong, but trolls are only counterfeit. How is this pronounced? Whatever. Made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of the Ents. So trolls are a mockery of the Ents, and now there's a reference here, as orcs were of elves. So this doesn't really imply that orcs have an origin with the elves, but we know that this mockery quote is also in the Silmarillion, and it, in my opinion, of course, references this idea. So one could interpret this as a reference here. Let me see. Yeah, and thus did Melkor breed his hideous race of the orcs in envy and mockery of the elves. There's another quote. This was not the one I was looking for, by the way. Where is it? Okay, I don't find it fast. Who has explored? Yet this is held true by the wise of the elves, that all those of the Quendi who came into the hands of Melkor ere Utumno was broken were put there in prison, and by slow arts of cruelty were corrupted and enslaved, and thus did Melkor breed the hideous... I forgot to read the rest of the text. That was my mistake here. Hideous race of orcs and so on, in envy and mockery of the elves. So, yeah, there's the quote from the Silmarillion. So, this idea that the elves are... that the orcs are a mockery of the elves and that the trolls are a mockery of the Ents might give at least a reference that this is also held true in regards of the canon Lord of the Rings. So I think this is simply the most canon version. It's really hard to argue against it, and to change this idea, or to make the idea of that they were a mockery of men, the orcs, and were created out of corrupted men. You have to move the awakening of men 3,000 years, and with the new version it's even much more. In the new version it's, what is it, 42,000 years into the past. Like if you take a Valiant year for 144 years, solar years. So yeah, we had this discussion in the past. Complicated. Also, I'm bad at reading sometimes. Also, we can... also, I need to consult the Cambridge dictionary really quick. Is it pronounced counterfeits? Yeah, it's pronounced counterfeit. Okay. Sometimes, I read this word every time, and I think, what is with the E and the I? Is this a diphthong or something? But I think it basically becomes silent. Interesting. Well, oh, hello there. Greetings. Love your videos. Thank you, much appreciated. Happy that people enjoy them. Currently, I have a big problem on my channel this month. Last month was pretty good, and September was one of the best months on my channel I had since its existence. But this month, I don't know why, my views dropped by like 50 or 60%. Slowly recovering currently, which is great. I hope the recovery goes on to back where the numbers were. It's really unusual to have a drop like this in November, but that's YouTube stuff. So I don't want to discuss YouTube stuff. Just found this very interesting. Yes, counterfeit. Thank you. So much going on here in chat. It's pretty hard to keep up. Sorry if I miss your message. If you have a question or something, feel free to wait a moment and post it after a while again, so I can keep with what is going on. Greetings, lovely people. Greetings, Orca. Nice to see you here. Damn. Diddy wrote, changing Tolkien's writing for the sake of increasing the amount of entertainment would be like changing the sentiments in the love letter, sacrilegious act. What on earth? Good that I have my... I just received a message and was surprised that there was this sound for this was on. I don't know why. I could swear I muted it. I haven't written a love letter since I was 13. I should be ashamed of myself. Well, maybe it's time again. Let's see what's going on. Because I'm not getting notifications, I totally missed the release of Elrond #1. Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what it is with YouTube and its notifications not working. That's definitely a thing. I don't know why that is exactly. Somehow on YouTube, unsubscribe me for your channel. Okay, thanks YouTube, much appreciated. Not. Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's a lot of stuff you can do in the settings. So you can subscribe. Then there is the annoying bell on top of it. And I think the bell also has several different settings to it. And then somewhere in your privacy settings, you can also say that, no, I don't want to get notified by bell things and so on. It's unnecessarily complicated, and it takes much more effort than it should do. I would just expect that if I upload a video, that people get notified. I have, like, on my phone, for example, I'm also subscribed to myself, which is kind of ridiculous, but just to try it out if it works. And I get notified every time I upload a video, do something, I get notified on my phone. So for me, it totally works, like 100%, but it seems like it doesn't work for all the people. And I don't know why that is. I can't tell you. I have no idea. So I also don't have good advice. You maybe have to check my channel from time to time manually, I guess. And that is a lot to ask. So if people would do this, they are probably already pretty invested into my content. I appreciate that support and a lot, but I of course know that not all of my, I don't know, almost 40,000 subscribers will do this. And that of course is a problem, I guess. So we have to live with it and hope that from time to time you get notified. I simply don't know why that is though. But if people also get suddenly unsubscribed of my channel, that is definitely a problem. I don't like this idea. So I hope you found it again and could resubscribe. Much appreciated for this hint here and for the feedback. Why didn't Aragorn return to Gondor sooner to become king? I might be wrong, but unlike the movies, he seems very straightforward about claiming his heritage in the books. That is true. In the films, he does not want to be king. In the books, he has to become king because there is a very awesome dialogue between him and Elrond, and he wants to marry Arwen. And Elrond basically says that he will only give his hand to the king of Gondor, and the hand of his daughter to a king of Gondor, and as a result, he must become king of Gondor. And also, this is almost like trickery on fate itself, because Aragorn has no heir. So if Aragorn fails, he has no wife, no kids, and the line of Isildur ends here. So in a way, of course, if Isildur's line ends, then Sauron also is most likely not defeated, and because Aragorn failed and Gondor failed and was destroyed, and as a result, why should Arwen then stay in Middle-earth? Like, it would be like Sauron would turn Middle-earth into a terrible place. So in a way, it's very logical that he claims that, dude, you must succeed, else you can't marry my daughter. On one hand, and on the other side, it also is very bitter for Sauron, for Elrond, I mean, because he knows that if he is successful, and for Elrond, Aragorn is his foster son, so they have a very good relationship. He's like a father, and he's like a son for Elrond, and Elrond is like a father for Aragorn, I guess. And as a result, he also wants him to succeed, and he would love to marry. But the problem is, then he will never see his daughter again. So a very really very tragic moment for Elrond, and quite interesting. So that is the reason why he cannot fail. So why doesn't he return earlier to Gondor? That's a very good question. I assume because Elrond was very busy with doing things that from his perspective are needed to be done, else he can't become king of Gondor. Gandalf asked him to protect the Shire for some time, so he had to be there. There was no time being in Gondor. Who else would have saved Frodo? And in a way, even if Aragorn becomes king of Gondor, and maybe he managed to defend Gondor, probably not. Still, this victory is just a very temporary one, a very limited one in time-wise. That because when the one ring is not destroyed, and Frodo would fail on his mission, which without Strider, Frodo would most likely have failed. Then Sauron gets the one ring, and then he just comes back stronger, more powerful, with bigger armies, and destroys Gondor anyway. So for Aragorn to win, there must also something happen to the One Ring. So the fate of the One Ring, the fate of Frodo, is also in a way heavily tied with the fate of Aragorn. And there was this dream, that is why Boromir comes to Rivendell. He had, and he presents it, and he also brings this rhyme. Maybe I find it really quick. Of course, how did I do this? Whatever. Reading books in the background, always difficult. Let me see if I can find it really quick. Maybe somebody knows it in chat out of his head. Council of Elrond. No, I don't find it. Oh, now I find it. Searching very big books is always like a pain. I should search for dream. Sorry for this taking too long. I'm not sure if it was written in italics or not. Yeah, in that dream it was written in italic there. Seek for the soul that was broken. In Imladris it dwells. There shall be counsels taken, stronger than Morgul's spells. There shall be shown a token that doom is near at hand. For Isildur's bane shall waken, and the halfling's forth shall stand. The halfling forth shall stand. So yeah, he had this dream and he didn't know what to make out of this. So as a result, he went to Rivendell. And you see how this complex network of different fates are connected and entangled and meet there. And from there it starts. And I guess in a way, this sets in motion the path of Aragorn to become king of Gondor. And like he was maybe waiting for kind of an opportunity, a sign. I don't know, would you say a wink of fate or something like this? If that makes any sense. So yeah, he couldn't do. He had to become the best for becoming king and the best of the best to fulfill this very difficult fate, and just winning against Sauron. And many others have tried in the past to win against Sauron and failed, and Aragorn has to accomplish this. If he does not, the line of Isildur ends with him. Yeah, in addition, we also have the ruling steward situation, and also the situation. There's many things. And later in the House of Healing chapter, we can read the prophecy again that the king has the hands of a healer. That I think was how it was written. Do we know something more about the nature of magic in the Legendarium? I don't recall you doing a video on it, but it would be super. I think I have a video about magic. I get often a very specific comment in this video for this video. Let me see if I can find it really quick so we can post it in chat too. Let me see. I remember how the thumbnail looks of it. And of course, it's not in the first 30 results, I think. Oh, here it is. I have to do maybe another part about dark sorcery and so on. But yeah, it's often related to song and the spoken word. If that makes sense. Also, where is chat? There it is. So yeah, it's often related to the word and authority of the one who speaks it, and maybe Eru accepting it and so on. So there are multiple layers of it, but it's often also not everything is explained in a lot of detail and so on. There's also one about let me just see. I've also one about necromancy and what this might mean, and also one about explaining what it means. Who can see the unseen, was maybe somewhat related to this. That's the one about necromancy. Yeah, no problem. There are just tons of videos, like easy to miss. No problem. There was also a question about the survivors of Numenor. Were there any other survivors of Numenor than the Black Numenorians and Elendil and the boys? That's a good question. I think only those who were not of the Numenorians that were not in Numenor. So the Black Numenorians, there were also faithful colonies available in Middle-earth still at this time. For example, Pelargir is a faithful colony, if I'm not totally mistaken. So there were also other faithful surviving. There were the Kingsmen that became the Black Numenorians, and for example Umbar and so on. They survived too. And then, of course, the ships of Elendil and of Elendil and his sons and his people, the remaining faithful on the 7 ships that escaped the downfall of Numenor. I can't think of... And Sauron also is a survivor of Numenor, of course. I think that's it. Not sure what happened with the dancing bears. Hard to say. Maybe they survived too somehow, but it's not anyway explained. I was wondering what is the population of population number of elves. I think that's in the as Andrea said in the Nature of Middle Earth book, there you find some population thoughts of Tolkien. You also find like numbers of the early Numenorians, how many Numenorians went to Numenor and basically settled there, how long it took, and how the population developed over time and so on. So Tolkien had some notes about, or some thoughts on those numbers in somewhere in his notes, but it's not too big, I think. Thanks for the detailed answer. I assume you mean me, so no problem. Hope you enjoy the answers here. I appreciate all you have duties now. Have a good day, sir, and fellowship. Yeah, thank you, Gigi, for staying. Have also great duties and fantastic rest of the day. Thank you for tuning in. I said you can always check the VoD if you want to see the other stuff here. If Sam was allowed to join the gang later on, why wasn't Arwen? What do you mean? Do you mean him traveling to Aman? Or do you mean joining the Fellowship of the Ring? How did Tuor and Idril managed to get through Valinor's defenses? Why didn't the Valar act then instead of waiting until 17 years later when Erendil and Elwing showed up? Let me just see if the Pumpkin Rick, if he answers, just curious. The Tuor stuff, so first, the defense mechanisms were the... Yes? You mean the Fellowship or the or sailing to Aman in the end? Pumpkin Rick, can you clarify this for me? In the meantime, I try to explain the other question. So the Enchanted Isles are basically one line of first one. Okay, the Fellowship. That's a good question. I guess, I don't know. She didn't want to join. Tolkien didn't envision her to join. Pretty hard to say. when it comes to sailing to Aman, of course, is Arwen decided to be mortal, so she can't go to Aman. It's in this regard complicated, but with joining the Fellowship, Sam, of course, had a close relation to Frodo and would not go anywhere without him, I guess. So, as a result, of course he would join. Oh, the sailing, you mean? Oh, sorry, then I just mixed both things up. Sorry for that. Yeah, the sailing is definitely Arwen is half-elven, as a daughter of Elrond, half-elven, and she had to decide. And the moment she decided to stay on Middle-earth and marry Aragorn, she chose to be mortal, and mortals are not allowed to return to Aman. She decided against sailing effectively, against sailing to the west. Sam was only allowed, and even this is debatable, if he reached it or not. But, for example, Frodo was allowed because he was a ring bearer. There was like a certain pain and torment that he had to endure that was supernatural in a way. And as a result, he can only find healing to this. It's not like Frodo did anything wrong. So it was kind of a very powerful fate upon him that was also not rightful, if that makes sense. Like, what chance did he have? So he got a mercy or a special grace that allowed him to return to go to Aman, and it was an exception made for him as a result, because only there he could heal. Because even though the One Ring was destroyed, it still wounded him. All the journey, the ring wounded him mentally, but also physically, and he always felt the pain of it. And I guess it's in a way it feels not right if somebody has basically done what nobody else could have done before him, and sacrificed almost his life for it, and then has to live with it and is basically ignored. I think Tolkien definitely wanted to also give some kind of, at least a good rest, a good final days of his life, if that makes sense, and that he can only have in Aman. So this was different for Arwen. Arwen was it was a decision. This decision was accepted, and this decision had consequences, and so she had to stay in Middle-earth and became mortal. Mortal in half-elven terms, I should maybe say. Yeah, exactly. It was a short ring bearer too, Sam, and so on. Yeah. Let me turn to the tour question, because I started him, asked by Istari. How the tour Idil managed to get to Valinor's defenses. So in Valinor itself, there was a party going on, and all the cities were empty, and they were all partying, and nobody was basically there. And that is why Eärendil could simply walk there without being caught there. But I think it was Eonwe who greeted Eärendil. So the leader, the again mentioned leader of the Maiar, found him and said, "Okay, follow me." And on top of that, he couldn't pass this. And wait, I have the map here, so maybe I can show it to you. I think I even have a better map. These are the Enchanted Isles, these small islands here. This big isle is Tol Eressëa, this one here, Tol Eressëa. The other isles are the so-called Enchanted Isles, which I always spell wrong when I write it. And yeah, maybe here on this screen I can show it a bit better to you. So he could not pass those islands. They're enchanted, and they basically protect entering this part of Aman by ship. And then his wife, Elwing, had the Silmaril and was turned into a white bird, and landed on his ship and transformed back into his wife, Elwing, and Eärendil and Elwing just then, with the Silmaril, the fate was completed, And they were also not directly contradicting, so men are not allowed to enter this continent Aman. And as a result, it was special for those, because Elwing and Eärendil both were not men, but half-elven. That's kind of a difference here. And so they could enter, like it's a little exception, you could almost say. With the Silmarillion, now the fate was completed, and now they could enter. Also, Ulmo before went to the council, which is somewhere here, where at this time the trees were already gone. Somewhere, Valmar, I think, is it the west gate or the north gate? I think it's the west gate of Valmar. Complicated the location stuff here, but yeah, there was the Circle of Doom. What was it called? Mahanaxar, I think. And yeah, there the Valar had like a council, and Ulmo asked, we have to help the people of Middle-earth. And Manwë basically said, the time is not come yet, or has not come yet. There still has something to happen. And there was also the prophecy. If you have seen the Elrond video, I basically explained this to some degree there, if you keep certain lines that I just explained here in mind. And I probably don't find the quote this fast, but yeah, he said the time is not right, and there was also the prophecy of Huor, that also plays into this. Huor is or was it the of Húrin, of Huor, one of those, that is the grandfather basically of Eärendil. And he basically said that he said to Turgon, the king of Gondolin, that out of his house, out of both of them, there will come a new star and a new hope, basically, for the future. And this is basically Eärendil and fulfilled here, and so on. So yeah, that is the reason why they don't do this much earlier, and why they were not repelled, because it was at this point their fate to get to Valinor, get to Aman, talk to them. Then they had also the fate that they had to decide if they want to be counted towards men or towards elves, and they decided to be counted towards the elves. So Eärendil might have been decided to be men, but for his wife's sake, I think he decided to be counted towards elves too, because Elwing sees herself more as an elf, and that was her decision then. And from this time on, this was also the ruling for the half-elven, that they have to decide at some point if they are elves or men, etc. So yeah, that's basic. I hope this answers this somewhat. It's a really interesting question, but not that easy to answer. There's a lot of lore detail tied to this. What's the difference between Grey Elf and Dark Elf? Seen it used interchangeably, but a fake, the Greys accepted the Valar, but never went to Valinor, where the Dark fled from Orome. Yes, it's a complicated terminology here. I agree that it's a bit difficult. So the Grey Elves are basically the Sindar, and there is a term for them. Maybe I can find it really fast. Yeah, the Moriquendi, and I assume so. Moriquendi is Quenya and means elves of darkness. It means elves of darkness because they have not seen the light of the two trees. And then, in contrast, there are the Calaquendi, and this means basically the opposite. So elves of light or light elves, and there we have this dark elf, light elf terminology already, if you want. However, there are also multiple times when this term is also used. For example, Eol, the father of Maeglin, is also called Dark Elf at times. It's like a title for him. Why that is the case, I have to admit I would have to look deeper into this character, but probably due to where he lived, like in a relatively dark place, maybe because of how he looked, really hard to say. Maybe because he was also in his heart, maybe a relatively dark character. There's also some dark stuff about him. Let me see. Yeah, he was also, I'm not sure where he was born though. I assume, he must be a Cinder elf too, so he is of course one of the Moriquendi, but yeah, it's hard to say why he exactly is called like this. And then on top of that, there are the so-called Avari, that are Quenya means the refusers. And sometimes those Avari are also called Dark Elves. So there, as you can see, there's just multiple. The term Dark Elf is not really a well-established, well-defined term in Tolkien's universe. So you have multiple groups, or even a specific person called a Dark Elf, even though he's probably not one of the Avari. So the Avari, there was at the beginning, maybe I can give you a Ted Nesmith picture. That would be awesome, because he also drew this here in the past. Let me see if I find it really quick. There's also one of Jenny Dolphin, which is also kind of nice, which I announced the other one though. Yeah, so this is Cuivienen. That is the lake. Let me see if I can show you where it is. Yeah, that should work. So Cuivienen is round about here. You see, this is the Sea of Helkar, and there in its south, maybe a bit higher than this area, round about there. Minas Tirith is only here for reference, round about where. This is not very precise. For example, the Sea of Rhûn, which is here, we later learned that the Sea of Rhûn was around when the Sea of Helkar was around too. I think the Sea of Rhûn, according to what we learned from the history of, from the nature of Middle-earth, should be around here. So my sketch is wrong, but this was drawn before Nature of Middle-earth was out. And I looked a bit at the Atlas of Middle-earth for it. So, and the Atlas of Middle-earth is too old, like there's information the author had not available to her. Whatever, complicated story. So there's this lake, just in case you wonder where on the map it is. And yeah, there the elves awoke. And then also we learn also more about this particular story in the Nature of Middle-earth. But short version is basically that the elves had to decide if they want to stay or not, or want to go on the so-called Great Journey to Aman. They were invited by the Valar to go to Aman from Cuivienen and visit them there and settle there with them. Some of the elves, though, refused to go then. These are the Avar to go on the Great Journey at all from the start. And those elves are the Avari, the Dark Elves, the refusers. As said, multiple elves can be considered Dark Elves, though, in the Legendarium. So it's a very complicated term in that regard. It's very interesting to discuss if the three fathers of the elves, I think they also, at least one I remember, in the Nature of Middle-earth book, also did not go on this journey or voted against it. He basically became one of the Avari then. But hard to say. Complicated story, chat. Really complicated. Why do you think only 2 of the Nazgûl were named? I have no idea why only exactly. I mean, the Witch King is more like a title. It's not directly a name. We only have Khamul, or some pronounce in Khamul. It depends on if the name is Orc, if it's an Orcish name or Black Speech related name maybe or not. It's pretty difficult how it's pronounced. I think I would still say it's Khamul. I like the pronunciation more, but I guess it could be an argument for Khamul too. Yeah, that's the only one. He's only named in the Unfinished Tales text. So that was maybe a note of Tolkien. Maybe, I don't know why Tolkien named him. I have no good theory for this, why this. I assume only those 2 in particular needed to be differentiated, if that makes any sense. So the others were just part of the 9, and they did part of the 9 things. But we have the Witch King of Angmar. We need to know, okay, he's the leader, and we know he did the Wars of Angmar. And then we have Khamul, and he also did certain things. For example, I don't know. He went to the Shire, and later I think he didn't. Isn't it also Khamul who basically gets Dol Guldur back after Sauron is driven out there? Then he later comes back and makes it a stronghold again for him and his orcs and so on. And then he gets driven out by Celeborn and Galadriel later again. So there's that too. Speaking of talking, I saw also somebody in chat I know. Shoutouts to RB Kitty. Maybe you're still there. Probably was quite some time ago. Too busy answering questions. Always so great that so many people participate here and have great questions and so on. Yeah, exactly. He's also the second in command. Maybe Tolkien started to write a bit of story for them and he never went past Khamul. Maybe he also had some ideas for the others but never wrote them down. I don't know. Like I said, not a good theory for that. Yeah, the only outlaw is actually Gimli, who just gets to Aman. However, it's not clear if dwarves are banned from Aman, or if they just simply would not go there. I guess dwarves in general are probably not the hugest fan of the sea, because they live under the ground and not in the water. So sailing to another continent is maybe nothing a dwarf would usually do. I'm not sure how shipbuilding was considered among the dwarves. Yeah, also Tuor and Idril got a special grace from Eru, exactly. Of course, Idril as an elf could return to Aman too, and Tuor was counted towards the elf, even though he was born a man. He was not a half-elven or something like this. He was born a man, but he was basically turned into an elf. He became one of them. Very interesting for him. Yeah, exactly. When Arwen wanted to stay with Aragorn, and after she died, she faded away. She also laid herself down on a hill in Lothlorien and basically died there. Why exactly Gimli is allowed to go there, it's hard to say. Maybe they are simply not forbidden to go. Men are actively banned to enter Aman. There's a ban upon men. I'm not sure if it's the case for dwarves too. I can't tell you out of my head, to be honest. Tolkien probably didn't predict there would be thousands of people dwelling into every word and inconsistency. Yeah, probably that too. Yeah, exactly. I think because he lives alone in the dark forest, he also uses some magic, and on paper it is possible that he forced Arevel, the sister of Turgon, the king of Gondolin, to marry her. He basically put a spell on the forest so that she could not leave, and then at some point he knocked at his door and then said, "Okay, you are now my wife." And yeah, some interpret this that he, I don't know, some kind of it goes in the direction of rape or something like this. Kind of dark, but they stay together, and then later it's a really weird story, to be honest. I think shoutouts to Voice of Geekdom made a video about this at some weeks ago, I think. And yeah, I know it's a very sensitive topic, though. Falcon, so when 7 from Gimli. Follow-up question. So when they went for the Lonely Island, they just died there and didn't live forever. Yeah, because the land of the undying land is the undying land because of the inhabitants that are undying there, and not because the land itself makes people immortal or anything. Of course, I think there's also no withering of things there because the world is not marred. It's the least, except for the oceans itself, it's probably the least marred part of Arda marred. So the world, when Melkor Morgoth infused it with his dark power, and also destroyed the lamps in the spring of Arda, as it's correctly called. Often people call it years of the lamps, because I think this term explains what this means. You know, there's the years of the trees. There are 2 trees as light source. Then there are the years of the lamps. There are 2 lamps as a light source. Makes sense, but the years of the lamps term is never used by Tolkien. He calls it spring of Arda instead. Whatever. Complicated day topic. But yeah, with the destruction of those lamps by Morgoth, that was the original version of the world where it was not marred, and then it changed drastically and became this marred version, and it's in constant conflict as a result, and due to the dark, on top of that, Melkor did something with the world. It became his, basically, one ring, if you want, Morgoth's wing, the world itself, and as a result, things had to be healed in Aman, and Gimli and Bilbo and Frodo most still died there because they were still mortal. I think the idea behind these lands are that men don't really fit there because they are not bound to the world. All the beings that live in Aman, the elves and the Ainur, are bound to the world itself, but men are not. That's a huge difference. And so they don't really belong there, or should stay there in a way. However, an exception was made for Frodo and Bilbo, maybe Sam and Gimli, and yeah, they at some point must have died there, which is probably quite unusual, to be honest. But they would still die there. And Tolkien definitely says this in one of his letters, I think. But it will be quite difficult to find the quote right now. Maybe somebody has it and can post it in chat or tell me where it is. Whom of the Valar do you think is most likely responsible for the creation of the Hobbits? I don't know, because the Valar themselves didn't really create anything. They maybe changed existing. So it's an interesting theory that maybe a Valar changed some men into a way that they became Hobbits. Hobbits are still, for the most part, counted as men, and as a result, things become, not complicated, but as a result, this could still work, but maybe it's also simply part of the vision of Eruitz himself. It's hard to say how they exactly are related. But yeah, it's an interesting idea. I never had this before, that maybe the Valar in some form intervened and or formed these little people, these halflings, out of men. Maybe interesting idea, but as said, there's no mention how they are created exactly. We only know, according to the prologue of Lord of the Rings, that hobbits are around since the Elder Days. So Elder Days is another term for First Age. And on paper, when they are men awake at when sun and moon are created. So if hobbits are related to men, then of course hobbits must also be from around this time when sun and moon were created and not earlier. They awake in Hildorien, which is somewhere around here, I think. And from here they wandered to Beleriand. Some of them escaped from there because Morgoth's influence fell over men there, and the Edain escaped. And as a result, maybe the hobbits came later, or maybe the hobbits are part of the Edain or developed out of some of the Edain. It's really hard to say. Like, I also made a video about the origin of Hobbit and discussed this at least a little bit. But it's really complicated. Yeah, the dwarf creation is also kind of very special. An interesting theory, though. Who might have created them? Maybe they love nature a bit more. Maybe they are closer to Yavanna or something. Or maybe they are... I don't know, really hard to say. Who could have created them? Of the Valar, or formed this different kind of men. Great answers, thank you, no problem. Hope you found them useful. Whom of the Valar do you think is most likely responsible for the creation of the hobbits? No, I already read this. I just saw there was another question went somewhere. Sometimes I'm an idiot. It's as simple. We are there. Were there more than 5 wizards? Hard. Wizards, considering that every wizard has a staff, however it's pronounced, I have no idea. No, I don't think so. At least not canon-wise. However, there is a mention that could be read like there are more Istari than just the 5. But really hard to say. I had a debate a long time ago about this particular topic with somebody in the comments. And I kind of see the point, but in Lord of the Rings, let me see if I find the quote really quick, then I can probably... It takes a moment for me to find the quote. It's not staffs, it's rods. Okay. So Saruman has like a discussion, you could say, with Gandalf that is close to the that is when Isengard or Isengard, or Isengard, however it's pronounced, that's also a complicated topic, I can tell you that. He's on top of it, and Gandalf is down there and destroys the stuff of Saruman and expels him from the Order of the Istari. And then Saruman has basically a discussion. He really tries to mock him a little bit, and they have a talk. And maybe by accident, Saruman reveals that there are 5 wizards. He says, later, yes, when you also have the keys of Barad-dûr itself, I suppose, and the crowns of the 7 kings, and the rods of the 5 wizards, and have purchased yourself a pair of boots many sizes larger than those that you wear now. So, this is from the voice of Saruman in The Lord of the Rings, and here he says, yeah, he basically mocks him a little bit. Yeah, when you have all of this, sure, Gandalf, you will have all of this. You will have the rods of the 5 wizards. But here explicitly, and 5 wizards is even spelled in capital, so 5 is spelled also in capital letters, which implies that this is like a terminus, or that is, it gives this a bit more official meaning, if that makes sense. And I would argue that with this, it's pretty clear that there are 5 wizards we know: Saruman, Gandalf, and Radagast. And from the Unfinished Tales and from Peoples of Middle-earth, we know there are the 2 blue wizards in addition. And depending on the version, they are called Palando or Alatar or Romestamo and Morinechtar. And yeah, these are the... So I assume there are only 5 wizards and not more. There's another quote somewhere which I won't find in any time soon. I really would have to look deeper a bit. I think it's in the Silmarillion though. Let me see if I can find it. No, I don't find it. I really have to read the whole passage now. I think I found the right passage, but I don't find what I looked for. Yeah, and others of the... Oh, yeah, here. And of these, Kurunir was the eldest and came first. And after him came Mithrandir and Radagast. And others of the Istari who went to the east of Middle-earth and do not come into these tales. So here, this is mentioned again. The term others is not more specified though. So it could be 2 or 3. It's a plural term though. Maybe 4. But we only know that there are 2 more of them that came. Who know? But I know that some people take this very literally and say, yeah, there could be also 3 wizards in the east, and we only know about the 2 blue wizards, and there it might be more. I would say it's very unlikely in my opinion, but if you interpret this differently, there's that. Sorry for having the long break. I really had to scan the whole passage for this particular quote. Oh, Orange Winters here. Welcome, and nice to have you here too. I should say good morning, sir. Very early for you, I guess. There's a lot of other things. Let me catch up. So, Bombadil. Don't know the context of the Bombadil question, but I don't know. I only got a question. Always got the impression Gondor falls. If Gondor falls, Middle-earth is lost. So why didn't Saruman first attack Gondor together with Sauron? Saruman from the north, Sauron east. That's a good question. I guess because if Gondor calls for help, but he basically knows that Rohan still is not to be underestimated, and maybe to have land for his own. Maybe he wanted to just get the land of the people of Rohan and establish himself a bit more. And also Saruman wanted to do his own stuff, and maybe also treason Sauron. So working together with Sauron might have been difficult in this situation too. So I guess it makes sense that he went for Rohan, established himself, and then maybe conquest, while Sauron basically wastes his power and forces to destroy Gondor, which might require a lot of power by Sauron. And this might weaken him enough to give Saruman the edge then later. Well, of course, Saruman also underestimated Rohan, it seems. But yeah, very speculative. I don't have a really good answer for this, but something along those lines, I guess. Also, of course, when you have to keep in mind that Rohan and Gondor are allied. So if he just walks with his 10,000 orcs through Rohan to get to, let me see. I have to move the arrow though. Yeah, if he moves, Isengard is here if you wonder. And Gondor and Minas Tirith is here. And to get from Isengard, however it's pronounced, to Gondor, you have to go through Rohan. And of course, Rohan is allied, and maybe Rohan could have warned Gondor, and maybe also, in case that Gondor calls for help, Rohan has to come and help Gondor, as it happened in the films too. So, in a way, if he sneaked past Rohan and just also attacked Minas Tirith, he still had the problem that Rohan was on his back and maybe fall into his rear. So that still worked. Maybe, of course, they had better chances this way, but it might be also difficult to just get to Rohan without maybe losing parts of your troops and so on. So I guess that it might also be another reason. On top of that, we have this conflict between Sauron and Saruman here. So, I don't know. He probably wanted to establish himself, maybe Sauron gets weakened, and then he sees his chance when he has established himself in Rohan and taking it as his realm. Exactly, as only to Witch King says, he would have to go through Rohan for that too. Oh, there's the quote. Of this order, the number is unknown, but for those that came to the north of Middle-earth, most hope. Where there was most hope, there was fire. Where's this from, Witch King? Can you tell me that? I would like to. It's from the Unfinished Tales. Okay, you wrote it. And there was. I knew there was another quote, but I couldn't remember the other one. I thought it was in the Silmarillion, though. But this is roundabout what I meant. It sounds now very familiar. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's in the chapter the Istari in the Unfinished Tales. Of this order, the number is unknown, but for those that came to the north of Middle-earth, where there was more hope because of the remnant of the Dunedain and the Eldar that abode there, the chiefs were 5, which is unusual. Because only 3 came to the north, if we are precise, and the others just went to the far east. Pretty unusual. Saruman also likely would stand no chance against Gondor. Yeah, that is true. His motivation is complicated. He doesn't want Sauron to win. Yeah, that is also true. Just go left of Isengard. You mean just go here, right? like here over the mountains or something, and then attack from the rear. That would be, maybe that would have worked too. The problem is, of course, as Witch King said, Saruman does not necessarily want to serve Sauron and don't want him to win. So there's that too. Bombadil is a possible creator of the Hobbits. Hard to say. I guess it's an interesting idea because Tom Bombadil has a lot of authority, so maybe he could also change beings, but he definitely... Tolkien excluded the idea that Tom Bombadil... Some think that Tom Bombadil might be Eru himself, but John Ronald Reuel Tolkien himself denied this theory. Of course, it still is an interesting idea, which I can see, even though I think there are some limitations to it too, in its plausibility, in my opinion, but that's just me. And yeah, it's an interesting thought that he might have changed, like other... I'm not sure how much power he has, if he can change beings or not. He can definitely command some beings, like we have seen with Old Willow. Can he change beings too? That's difficult to say. But yeah, he's definitely more powerful than a Maiar, or maybe in equal power or much more powerful. It's really hard to say. So in theory, yeah, it is possible. Never thought about this. I don't think this is likely though, because I feel like Tom Bombadil himself is more like a representation of a certain aspect of the world, not necessarily a creator being that creates things and changes the world. He's just lives there and so on, and maybe has a certain command over it. But he's not necessarily somebody, at least how I understand him, someone who changes the world itself and creates beings like hobbits. Though the idea is quite interesting. It's a very interesting idea. I never thought about this before. Going into Gondor through Anfalas and Belfalas is a campaign that's probably impossible to sustain. Yeah, that's probably quite a difficult route to take. To clarify, I don't think Tolkien intended the hobbits to have a specific origin, but in headcanon, Bombadil works as their creator father. That's an interesting headcanon. It was always strange to me that Tom Bombadil decided to settle in the Old Forest. Is there any reason as to why he chose to live there? I think, so if we, let me just see if I can show you the Old Forest here on this map. I can for sure. So this here is Bree. These here are the Barrow Downs. And then this here must be the Old Forest. The forest west of the Barrow Downs. And is there any specific things? So if we, let me just, I'm not sure if I have the updated map of my friend Círdan, but maybe you see it a bit better here. Yeah, you see it a bit better here. Like Círdan edited this map and made me a first world version, my trusty mod. Shoutouts to Círdan, aka Mordo. And yeah, you see here you see like a huge forest region, and originally, also let me find the Barrow Downs really quick. I think the Old Forest should be round about here. And maybe I'm totally wrong. here. Roundabout. Old version. Yeah, it's the old version. I probably haven't. Wait. Shall I update the version of it really fast? I think I download the new version that you sent me. Let me just see. Oh no, chat, I did a terrible mistake. Foolish me, foolish me. Okay, I just replaced not the map in the background, I replaced the image of my arrow with the map. That is of course not so smart. So let me just... That's the wrong arrow. This must be the right arrow. Yeah, okay, we found the correct arrow. Let me replace the map really quick. Newer First Age Middle Earth. That should be this here. Is this the right version now? I hope it is. Yeah, Sam, the man. See you later. Hope you enjoyed the stream. So yeah, this is a map. What was the question, Barrow? Don't see why it's this. So you see this whole forest part here. This whole forest part here was originally one forest, as you can see here. This is Fangorn, and maybe Fangorn was even connected to the old forest once. Once it was all one forest. And then later the Númenóreans came and started to chop down the trees, to build stuff and so on, to build ships and settlements and so on. They needed a lot of timber from this region, and this wood slowly diminished. And I assume the simple answer why Tom Bombadil then is later there is that is all what is left of this originally gigantic forest region that once existed. It's only, there are of course more forests still there, but of this, the old forest is like very mythological and old and mysterious, and we have these even ant-like beings, or not ant-like, but yeah, you know what I mean, the old willow and so on, and some other, the Huorns maybe, in this forest, and I assume the others just got chopped down, and maybe some of it over the thousands of years regrew and so on, and some places just became not part of the forest anymore. And yeah, that's basically where everything is as it was once. It's just the last place where nothing changed, basically, and that is where Tom Bombadil is. That is my theory, at least, if that makes any sense. I hope that answers the question, at least to some degree. Tom Bombadil is not affected by the One Ring, so that basically makes him the most powerful being in Middle Earth during the Third Age. Yes, I would also agree. He is among the most powerful, maybe the most powerful being that is around in Middle Earth at this time. Probably. You could argue that after Gandalf becomes Gandalf the White, maybe he becomes equal. Maybe he has more authority even. That is really hard to say. But yeah, definitely at least among the most powerful beings there. Okay, so do we have more questions? Or some questions I have maybe overlooked. For sure I've overlooked questions. Not gonna lie, there's just so much going on in chat at times. It becomes difficult. I think there was also the question of Frodo seeing locations far away during Lord of the Rings, Amon Hen and so on, quite some time ago. I think I skipped over that accidentally. So it's really hard to say. Frodo is definitely known to have visions from time to time. Like in the House of Tom Bombadil, for example, he sees the escape of Gandalf. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Is it a dream? But I guess Frodo, having the One Ring, kind of also get insights into the world. In a sense that he would not have before. We also get like that sometimes it feels Gandalf can also see what's going on somewhere and so on, even though he's not directly there. The One Ring definitely also gives you insight into the unseen, and maybe this might have to do with this. Hard to say. Where is it? The House of Tom Bombadil. There it is. Yeah, so he basically sees a tower, a pinnacle of stone, like a vast tower, but not made by hands. On its top stood the figure of a man. The moon, as it rose, seemed to hang for a moment above his head and glistened in his white hair, and the wind steered it. Up from the dark plain below came a crying of fell voices and the howling of many wolves. Suddenly a shadow like the shape of great wings passed across the moon. The figure lifted his arms and light flashed from the staff that he wielded. So that's basically, and a mighty eagle swept down and bore him away. So this is basically the escape of Saruman from the top of Orthanc. And it was in a dream that Frodo had in the chapter in the House of Tom Bombadil. So you see that some of the stuff Frodo's dreaming, and maybe later even seeing in a way, is gives him some hints of locations far away, of possible futures, of maybe the past, of etc. So kind of interesting in that regard. Yeah, I just laughed when I read the word flash, because because of the magic video, that was like, in my head, the flash and flash sounds, in my mind, it sounds totally similar. I've really focused for a moment to pronounce it differently a bit. And of course, that caused for some laughter in this magic video in the comments. So I remember that too. Hello. How's your name pronounced? Dirk? Sergio? Hello, welcome to the stream. How many times have you read Lord of the Rings? I don't know. It's really hard to say. Like, it's not like I just sit down these days and read Lord of the Rings from start to finish anymore. Usually it's while doing research, I'm looking for very specific information and then read a chapter or reread it. And this happens like a lot. And as some chapters I read more often than others too. Like, I'm more familiar with the Council of Elrond than, for example, with, I don't know, some of the Two Tower chapters, because I rarely read the Two Tower chapters these days. I don't know why that is, but my video topic that I choose rarely evolve around Two Towers for whatever reason. So my Two Tower knowledge isn't that great, to be honest. Same for some other stuff, like the Pyre of Denethor. I can't remember when I read this chapter the last time. Like, it's difficult, but yeah, definitely read it a few times. what are the official world maps of Middle-earth as in the biggest? So if you have a copy of Lord of the Rings, in Lord of the Rings, I have like the 5th anniversary thing with all the books in one. That has a map inside of Lord of the Rings. I can't show it to you on screen because I have it on my computer, but I can't show it legally to in the YouTube stream. And so that is map drawn by Tolkien, or maybe edited by, or even drawn by Christopher Tolkien, I'm not sure, but definitely in cooperation with his fathers. And that this is most likely the most official map we can have, or we have. There are some other maps drawn by Tolkien, some sketches and so on, that show a bit what's going on where. And for the most part, I would say the Atlas of Middle-earth, it's probably not really official, but it's a pretty good piece of work with some minor mistakes due to material not being available at the time it was created. I'm not sure if the newer versions of the Atlas of Middle-earth have already corrected those mistakes or not. I can't tell you. I know that the author of I'm pretty sure the author is Karen Wynne Fonstead is also not alive anymore, so she probably can't make those changes. Yeah. The so-called Ambarakanta maps is the biggest of the whole world, and they are just very. It's just a sketch by Tolkien to say, yeah, that's roundabout how it looks. Maybe for himself to just get an overview. Doesn't look like the most precise map and detailed map you have ever seen. It looks like really like a sketch. Or maybe I'm just mistaking the maps now, but... Ah, nice. You have the maps there. Yeah, map 5 is what I always remember. It's like, what is that? Yeah, but you can click on the link. It's to the Tolkien Gateway. Shout out to Tolkien Gateway. They have those maps there. How did Beleriand got sunk into the ocean in the end of the First Age, and how people know they should leave Beleriand? I assume that's a good question. I'm not sure if there's any detail how they knew that they should leave, but of course the host was together with the Valar and with the Maiar, and Eon led this, and of course they are the powers of the world. They are able to manage their armies the way that they don't sink into the ocean with the others. So they knew when to leave when they won, and yeah, it was basically undone. How exactly this worked? There is, I think, a description of this, but I have to admit I don't have the wording in my head currently. I'm pretty sure there is maybe some stuff mentioned in the Silmarillion, but not much about it. But we have, of course, Ulmo as the Valar, who's basically Neptune. So the Lord of Waters, he can for sure sink Beleriand into the ocean and so on. The links are, of course, not illegal, but showing maps on the screen is always like a copyright issue. I don't have the... I wouldn't have to make the what do you call it? The claim for fair use here and say, yeah, that's fair use for me to show the maps. But you can just click on the link and look at the maps there. And there it is educational, an educational environment in Tolkien's Gateway where they try to explain you everything. And this might be the case here too, but I don't want to stretch the rules and so on. The map definitely has a copyright, and Tolkien... I'm not sure when Tolkien drew those maps. It might be possible. No, it's not possible because it is 70 years after the death of the author. So that is 2043. Then the maps are public domain, if the laws are not changed. Like, it's ridiculously long. Copyright things. It should be at most lifetime of the author, not lifetime of the author plus 70 years. It's like ridiculously long protection time. We had this discussion in the past. But yeah, I know I did some web design and stuff in the past, and I know that some others often got into a lot of trouble when they, like, for example, they had like an event or a shop or something and had a little map showing where it is, and they copied it out of an existing map. Then there were just some lawyers who just sent you a very unfriendly letter. And so I always have this map stuff in mind, so I'm very careful with maps, because I know that maps can be quite complicated topic. Just publishing them there if you don't have the rights for it, etc. Complicated stuff. So the link is definitely not illegal, though. Like I said, there you can make, there's from the copyright protection, there are also exceptions, and you can make a claim for fair use, or in educational and academic works, for example, in Germany, there's also a right to quote something. And that is an exception that you can quote if you use it for science, for academical works, and so on. There are certain exceptions also for press and etc. But since I also monetize my videos here, and it's, I guess, also for some kind of entertainment, even though I don't think I'm very entertaining in that regard, but and more on the educational side of things still, I want to be very careful here, just to make things clear with the right stuff. Same with music is even worse these days. All little film clips that you show, you can get into a lot of trouble using those. What do you think about the origins of the Watcher in the water? Yeah, I had the idea that maybe he's somehow related to the nameless things, but I think he's not, because there are some statements that seem to contradict these. I think one is that the nameless things aren't even known by Sauron, and this Watcher was known by Sauron. I think there's like something. What the exact origin of this being is, I have also no good theory, to be honest. So I don't have a very satisfying answer for this. I might have to look into this at some point. I always want to make a video about some of these strange exceptions in Tolkien's works, but haven't done the research yet, so I can't give you, to my knowledge, there's simply not that many information about the Watcher in the water and the nameless things and stuff. But I don't think they are related, because this would contradict what is stated in the books, and we could say, Gandalf says it, I think, but what does Gandalf know? Who knows? But very difficult. Please do a collaboration stream for us at Christmas. For us as a Christmas present with all the Lord of the Rings channels. Would be a treat to see you all discuss the lore together. Yeah, that's a very interesting idea. I hope we manage to make like somewhere a stream together at some point again. Like we have several collaborations from time to time too, just not all together, just some of us. Like I was invited at the channel of Fellowship of Friends, and we discussed the recent leak. I was also invited one time at Nerd of the Rings. We discussed the film, the anime film, or the announcement of it. A War of the North, War in the North, whatever it was called. It's about most likely Helm Hammerhand and the people of Rohan. So I was at Nerd of the Rings. One time I had Nerd of the Rings and also Men of the West on a podcast episode, which I still need to record new ones. Also, I had Helen, so aka Clueless Fangirl, and also Dan, aka Voice of Geekdom, over here several times already. Well, it's pretty awesome if you get to be. Red Book was a guest recently here. I think in the last stream about the Isildur stuff, right? Yeah, Red Book and Helen was there, and as a special secret guest we had Voice of Geekdom at the very end. It was pretty nice. War of the Rohirrim, that is the name. War on the North is the video game. Thanks for the correction. I wish there was more done with the Eastern region. Yeah, true. How do they even find out some kind of bot? Yeah, on YouTube, everything you upload, YouTube has a so-called content ID system, which is a very expensive system. It cost like, I don't know, over 100 million to develop. And it's basically an AI system that goes through video. Like for music, it's already content, finding out if you use a certain amount of music was already done in the past. But with video, it's much more complicated than with music, because video is often changed. Like if I, for example, take, let me see, what do we have? We have this image here of Ted Nesmith. And if I simply do this here, I change the image already. And this is now a different image because I just changed the size of it. When I, for example, move the image here and have this text box, the image is changed again. Yeah, it's simply different. If I mirror the image is completely different than it was before. We as smart humans can, of course, see that it's just the same image mirrored, but for a machine, finding out that it's the same is kind of a difficult task. Like, it's really a non-trivial task for a machine. Especially you have, in a 30 frames per second video, you have 30 of those images every second. So if you have like a 2-hour video, and my videos sometimes are 2 hours long, or the stream is already, how long am I streaming? 2 hours 40 or something. Yeah, that's a lot of images that you have to basically control. So how do you do this? You can't just go through every pixel and go through a gigantic database of predefined pictures and just compare every frame by frame with every entry in the database. That would take forever. Like, that would take insane, very, very long time. So what you have to do instead is find an algorithm that takes certain points of a picture and that identifies those, and then compare them to then try to find them in a database. And when they match, like, let's say you make a hash out of it or something like this. Like, hash is like an algorithm that basically, yeah, I don't know, puts, it's hard to describe, but it's basically scrambling stuff together to a short number with some letters in it or whatever. You could do the same and then compare it. And if these match, you know it must be the same. Developing something like this is really difficult, and Google somehow managed to do this and are very successful with it. Still, their mistakes will happen, and if you mirror an image and so on, or maybe change the speed something is played with, etc., they already have trouble recognizing it. So it's not perfect, but it's really impressive tech, and yeah, they find it out automatically, or people report it, would be another thing. And then the rights dude basically has a special account, and he can upload his works into a database, and then it's analyzed. These codes are basically generated, and it's compared with all the other videos on YouTube. Every time something is uploaded, it's checked, and if it matches, it says, hey, this matches, there is a conflict, content ID claim or whatever. And then the author gets notified by it, and he can check it manually and say, oh, this guy, he uploads my new movie here on YouTube. We sue him now. You all have several options what can happen then. And this is basically how it works. But it's, yeah, automated. Because you have to think, every minute on YouTube, 500, 600, 700 hours of videos get uploaded. Like, it's just, and it's absurd amount of videos out there. Like, I think what is uploaded in a day, your lifetime would not be enough to watch it. That's the amount of video that is uploaded every day. It's kind of ridiculous. And yeah, that's roundabout how this YouTube stuff works. very like from a computer science perspective, very impressive tech. But it's also annoying to live under it, and you want to be careful with it. Especially, like I do this, I don't feel like a professional, but I kind of do this professional, and I definitely also have some income, generate some income with it. And when you do this, I want to play, I want to play according to, I want to, what do you say, play the rules? No, you know what I mean. Sometimes English sayings and phrases are definitely a weakness in my English skills, but yeah, I want to play by the book, I think is what you say to it, right? And it's, yeah, that's just annoying. Just want to be careful, and I don't need to violate the rules. I have contacted Ted Nesmith, and he allowed me an answer email that I can use his works in my videos and talk about it, and of course promote him. So check tednesmith.com if you want to see his gallery there. Pretty awesome. We have of course tons of other awesome people like Kimberly 80 or Sarah Morello also. Like she did recently a really cool Arwen picture. I can only use Sarah Morello's stuff that are not commissions though. But to my knowledge, this picture is not a commission, so I can show it to you. And yeah, it's awesome. It shows Galadriel and Arwen. I like it a lot. It's really, really beautiful in my opinion. Pretty awesome. So yeah, and then there's of course fair use, and you can say stuff like this. Basic fair use is not like a right. It's more like it is a right in a way, but you have to be in a lawsuit to basically check if it's really fair use or not. And it's not like I can play the fair use card every time. But of course, people would need to make a case and so on. It's definitely complicated story there on YouTube. And I'm very, on my channel where also I generate a lot of income that I need to make a living. I'm very careful with those things, of course. That's also why I only never show the video material in full screen, for example. Because even this here is a different image than when I would show you the picture in full screen and so on. Of course, the artists here, they don't have a special account that and can put their works into the content ID system on YouTube. So the artist will most likely, if I would use the artwork of an artist I don't have permission of, which I simply don't use then, but some others might do, and they will never find out, I guess, because they're not watching YouTube all day, checking every LotR channel if there's artwork used by them or not. So there's that. But of course, big companies have special accounts, and then it gets automatically checked. Off topic, but do you play Airsoft? No, I don't play Airsoft. I have a friend though, or multiple friends who played it a bit from time to time, but no, I don't. Any thoughts on the passage in Towers when Pippin and Merry hear the orcs talk about faming after the war is over? Do orcs just want to raise a happy family and live in peace? Or farming, not faming. Yeah, that's an interesting topic. I guess maybe they want to. Maybe they want some peace too. They're just driven by an evil entity. It's a very interesting thing. You have to also consider that orcs is always a complicated topic. It's a very good question that you ask. I can't give you a very satisfying answer though, because orcs just went to so many iterations, and especially in Lord of the Rings, the orcs are sometimes quite human in a way, sometimes not. They're very brutal and very anti-human, if you want. Sometimes they have no compassion for others and so on, and just want to kill and destroy and be very brutal with everything and just follow the orders. And sometimes they also want peace. There are different aspects to this. Would be very interesting to analyze, but yeah, quite difficult. I don't like when peeps don't put sources to artwork. Yeah, that is true. But I know that at least the bigger channels at least put a list of where the artworks are from in the description. I always, like, for my rule of thumb is usually, I always put like a little box there where you find the artworks in the video. If I use the artwork longer than 30 seconds or something, I also give a verbal shout out at the beginning of the video, and also put them into a pinned post and into the description too, with links to their galleries, so people can find it. I really try to be, because it's an honor, of course, if an artist allows me to use his or her works in my videos, because this making an artwork like this is like takes a lot of time. I imagine, I'm not an artist, I have no clue, but I imagine this taking some time to create, and a lot of passion and creativity goes into this, and this is just also something that was not there before. They created this. Like, it's not like when I talk about Tolkien stuff was already there, and I just take it and quote it and put it into maybe a certain context or present it. So my creative work is not that big. There's some creative aspect to writing a text too, but I think drawing art is, of course, very unique and creative. Even though there might be descriptions for this, but the artist has to envision all of this. So it's always much appreciated and a great honor if an artist allows you to that you can use their artworks in your videos that you also monetize. But that's also why it's so important to me to shout out these artists like Sara Morello. Check her Divine Art. It's really, she also, I think, did a really impressive development. I wouldn't say her early artworks are for sure not as good as her newer artwork. Some of her commissions are just really, really great. And I know that, for example, Clueless Fangirl got as a present also an artwork from her, where she was basically turned into an elf. It was pretty awesome. She showed it to me somewhere. Maybe she posted on Twitter too, I'm not sure. But yeah, stuff like this, pretty awesome. And yeah, as I said, Sara Morello also does commissions. So if you want her to make like a drawing for you, then you can ask her. I think she's from Italy. Quite interesting. I'm not sure if Kimberly80 does commissions. I know that's really hard to reach out to her at times. Maybe I think she did in the past though, but I'm not 100% sure. And then we also have Jenny Dolphin. She might do. You can contact her. I'm not sure if she does commissions though. Maybe. She has an Etsy shop though, so you can definitely buy some of the stuff from Jenny Dolphin. Let me see if I have a picture. That comes up to my mind. We had the discussion of the awakening of the elves. That's by Jenny Dolphin, also pretty awesome. We're talking again about artworks again. What is the power hidden in the Shire that Gandalf talks about when he's talking with Frodo after the fort escape? I don't remember that quote directly. Oh, by the way, just noticed something in production. That is not Sauron, by the way. That is I don't know who that is. It might be Finwë. Or who else could it be? Maybe it's one of the early fathers, and it's just creative approach. Whatever. Yeah, let's talk about the power of the Shire. I don't remember it, but of course, the Shire, or the the hobbits in the Shire seem to be very resilient to the evil corruption of the One Ring. That makes them, in a way, quite powerful, if you think about it. Nobody can do what Frodo did. Nobody can do what Bilbo did. So I assume maybe he means, maybe this is meant, but I would have to read the passage again. What a beautiful Sauron. Yeah, I corrected it. I'm not sure if it's Finwë and his first wife, Mediel. And then in the background, there's one elf standing alone. That's maybe Elwë, because he married later. He married what's she called? Melian the Maya, of course. Why can't the Valar recreate the two trees when they created them in the first place? That's a very interesting question. So, I assume the two trees are part of the plan, and they were sung into existence by of course, Yavanna, the Valar of nature. The Valar of nature. And she could not do this again, but they could recreate the two trees if they had access to the Silmaril. The Silmaril would be destroyed in the process, so they asked Fëanor, who created the Silmarilli, and said, if you give us the Silmarilli, we can recreate the two trees of Valinor with the light trapped in those. And he didn't want to do this because he knew he could not just make the Silmarilli once again. This was his one-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. He just can't redo it. And maybe this was similar with the two trees. They were also the one-in-a-time masterpiece of Yavanna. He couldn't just make new two trees. They could only recreate them, or basically redo them, or recreate is probably not an unfitting word for this. Them out with the light. And Fëanor denied this, and so they could not be remade. And I guess it's also the fate of the world that they get destroyed, in a way. So a new time starts, and sun and moon are created out of the last flower and the last fruit of the two trees. I think I saw that artwork that she got a while ago. Very cool gift. Yeah, it was a pretty awesome gift for Clueless Fangirl. She was very happy about it. My headcanon is that the orcs are soulless, generic hybrids between corrupted animals and corrupted elves that only have life and movement when the master will. Yeah, it's more complicated than this. As said, there are definitely quotes where it seems like, no, the orcs also have their own interests, and maybe they also don't like being under the power of this evil master they have. But it's really complicated. And of course, some of the orcs are also not under Sauron, but under Saruman's control, so maybe these are, again, a bit different. So did Fëanor's mom die just because she was whiny about birthing Fëanor? Could she have lived if she wanted to do? No, she was not whiny birthing Fëanor. She was, when so in the nature of Middle-earth, we learn that, I think we also learned it, it was mentioned before in the History of Middle-earth books, that elf women are pregnant for like a long time, like for literally years. And it takes also some power of them that they basically transfer to their child. So power of their spirit, if that means. And Fëanor was one of the most powerful elves that ever existed. And so a lot of power went into him from her. And her mother, after that, after giving birth to him, felt very empty in a way, because so much was put into her beloved son. And this was so much to her that she just went to sleep and her spirit left her body, even though her body was physically healthy. It was not a physical issue, but it was an issue of spirit. And her spirit left her body and went to the halls of Mandos, and she could not be healed, or it took a very long time for her to come back. It's a very interesting, complicated story. I would recommend Preggers 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. I think, is it 10 years or something? Maybe somebody knows the number. I'm very bad. Whiny is what you're looking for. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but she was not whiny. She was definitely mentally exhausted to a point where she could not endure living anymore. And so she went to the halls of Mandos and stayed there and would not come out again. In the film version, they are pregnant for a year. I think, yeah, that's possible. I think in the nature of Middle-earth, they're probably for a lot longer. And it's not... And this goes again into a direction of interpretation that we also find in Nature of Middle-earth. It is also in a separate section in the Nature of Middle-earth, where it's more about the interpretation and takes some religious context to, the early unmarked men and so on in the Bible and so on. Difficult topic, if I would agree on that or not, is a thing. But yeah, the pregnancy for elf women is not so annoying as for humans. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but there are versions tested out 8, 10, or over 100 years. Yeah, there are definitely multiple versions of this. I think the pregnancy lasts 9 years of the sun. Yeah, something like this. It's quite a long time. Just a grammar Nazgûl, okay. Yeah, I guess in some stories people can make a better version or something, but sometimes I don't know, in art you can't. It's also a bit art making those gems, I guess. There's also an interesting question. Is there any information on the group of men that the last king of Arthedain flees to after the fall of Arnor? That are the Lothos, I think they are pronounced. So there's this place, I think it's Forohel, and let me bring up the map so people maybe know what I'm talking about. It must be somewhere here in this bay area. It's in the far north of Middle-earth, and it's pretty cold there and frozen and icy. And there, the last king of Arthedain, Arvedui, flees to and lives with those. And they help him out a bit, and he gives him his ring, that is the ring of Barahir that Aragorn later has, and he gives this to Arwen when the betroth, I think is the word. And then Arwen has it. So in during Lord of the Rings, Aragorn does not have the ring. Arwen has it, interestingly. Just a small detail. However, we don't know much what happens with them. We only know that later, I think, the rangers of the rangers of the North, the Dunedain rangers of the North, go there again and bargain or trade the ring back again, so that they get into possession again, and then they bring it to, I assume, Rivendell. I also discussed this in part 3 of the Elrond video, maybe, or part 4, depending on Lothos. Hard to say word. STH switch difficult for me. So many vegetables. I hope this answers the question. So no, sadly there is not much more information about they get the ring back. Else we don't know much about the LotRs. Three hours in. I see. We are about a quarter way into the stream. Yeah, probably. But I won't stream that long anymore. I think 3 hours is enough, right? We'll answer a few more questions and then we'll make it maybe 4 hours. Who knows? But I don't plan on streaming too long anymore. I think too long videos also might be too intimidating. Like, somebody has to watch this, right? Grammar Nazgûl, yeah, it's kind of funny because he's the only true Witch King. Also very active on the Discord. Shoutouts to you, man. And in the comments at times. Yeah, Luthien, of course, also is quite powerful. Like, it's complicated with who's the most powerful. Like, we had this I know this is a question people often ask and say, hey, we definitely want to know who's more powerful, this guy or that guy. But in Tolkien's world, it's really hard to say. And it also depends on how you define power, what you understand. Like, if you're able to establish a realm and create huge armies and conquer all Middle Earth, then you are quite powerful, even though you don't are the strongest duelist in the world. Like, probably you lose a lot of 1v1 fights still, but not many can conquer all of Middle Earth, if that makes any sense. So there's that. And yeah, there was a lot. Like, then at some point Tolkien started buffing Galadriel, and she becomes more important and powerful over time. And then suddenly she is also named with Fëanor as one of the most important, powerful noble elves in existence. Yeah, Fëanor is generally the undisputed most powerful of the Noldor. Yeah, exactly. Even though, whatever that means in this case, to be honest. Like, it was definitely not his wisdom that made him very powerful. But yeah, Luthien, of course. The deeds of Luthien are just too legendary to ignore her. But she was also not a Noldor. Luthien was a Sindar elf. And half Maiar, I guess. Yeah, exactly. That is what I was referring to. One very late text says Galadriel was the most powerful, save maybe Fëanor. Exactly. She got buffed and buffed, just stronger and stronger, more important. In the beginning, she wasn't that important, but yeah, many people, of course, like her, and Tolkien liked her too, it seems. So she became a bigger role, more important, etc., more powerful. Anyone else just want a new Lord of the Rings online game? Frustrated I can't even play the old one anymore on Mac. Oh, it doesn't work on Mac anymore. That's unfortunate. I would really like a really classical CRPG in the Lord of the Rings universe, like Divinity Original Sin, just in the Lord of the Rings universe or something, or Baldur's Gate, like in the Lord of the Rings universe. That would be awesome. Very old school, very classic. I also would like a Dark Souls game in the Lord of the Rings universe, but that's a different story, I guess. We get now a J.R.R. Martin-inspired Dark Souls with Elden Ring in February. Looking forward to that. Also, in case, maybe speaking about games for a moment, I know that maybe here I also have a small audience, but maybe some people might watch the VoD. I have my gaming content from now on will be on a second channel. So I have a second channel that is now games dedicated. It's youtube.com/tphgames. I probably don't have it. I don't have the link available. Pretty sure about this in the bot. Forgot to add it. I could just add it really fast. Let me just see. Only have to find it. Finding things is always the most difficult thing on stream, especially doing stuff live. I can tell you that. Let me think. Let me just type something really quick. So does people know about this change? If there is like a lore comparison video about like a new Lord of the Rings game, like the Gollum game, it would still be here posted on this channel, and the podcast also stays on this channel for the time being. But the other stuff will be uploaded on the second channel, just so people know. I also made an update video about this, where I explain my exact reasoning. I'm very curious if it works. Maybe sometimes the delay on Nightbot here is really big. I don't know why that is. Maybe it does not work. Who knows? It works. Awesome. Just took a moment for Nightbot to show up. But nice that Nightbot is here. Self-destructed or elf-destructed. Not bad, not bad. I see what you did there. Who are the 9 kings of men? Good question, but sadly we don't know who those people were exactly. I made a post about it. I always forget the exact who was what. So there were black Numenorians. Some of them were black Numenorians. One was an Easterling named Kamul. Then we have the Witch King, who he was. We don't know. Maybe he was a black Numenorian. Maybe not. There could be people from Harad. There could be other Easterlings. There could be maybe some Norsemen. Who knows? But we know that they must have lived somewhere before Second Age 2251. That is the first time when they showed up. Who exactly those people are, we don't know. I most likely assume black Numenorians. So those who are still close to the king, who allied with Sauron, and then just were not in Numenor when the island was destroyed, and those are then called black Numenorians, maybe in the region of Umbar, which is, let me show it you on the map really quick. Okay, let's do the Second Age map. Can I show? It's very difficult to show Numenor and Umbar on the same map, because it's so big. I have to do a lot of scaling. You can't even see Numenor. Oh, it works. Somewhat. So this island here is Numenor. It's hard to see on this map. And Umbar would be here. And yeah, Mordor is here. Minas Tirith would be here. So yeah, very far in the south. And some of the kingsmen from here went to here. There was a settlement named Umbar, and were other settlements too. And they, when this island here was destroyed, okay, what did I just move? I don't know. Yeah, they still were here, and so they were not destroyed and lived on. And maybe Sauron recruited some of the Nazgûl out of those. But of course, if we now go back, we also have the Easterlings of Rhûn. Rhûn is somewhere here, and maybe further east, so maybe that is where Khamûl comes from. There are also the people of Khand, and the people of Harad and Farharad, which is even further south than this. Maybe this possible too. I think these are the most likely candidates for the Nazgûl, but it's hard to say. We don't know exactly. Let's go back to Sara Morello's art. Yeah, it's also not clear if they all were kings, but there were definitely maybe a king, maybe Númenórean lords, something like this. It's hard to say. I hope this answers the question to some degree. Numenor, wait, let me bring up the island. You can see it in full. No, Numenor was just one kingdom. The arrow is wrong. And I think the kingsmen lived somewhere here, and there was later the faithful, and they lived somewhere here, if I'm not mistaken. And there were two factions, but there was only one king always on Numenor, so it was one kingdom. They had several settlements in Middle-earth. One was, for example, here in Umbar. Then we have Pelargir, that is somewhere here, I think. Then we have Lond. Two names. Wait, where is it? I have to go up a bit. Lond-Dyer. There's another name for it. It's at least speculated that it's another name for it. There are two names, and it's not clear if it's the same settlement. Then up the river there is Tharbad and Sarnford somewhere. I'm not sure if Sarnford is also a thing of it or not. Not sure. Did the human race all begin Numenor? No. Numenor is Second Age stuff. The human race, let me just see. So this is a map of a very imprecise map of the First Age that you see here. And Numenor is later, I don't know, somewhere here in the middle. It's now missing here because I would have to show you a different version of the map. But just imagine it's there. And yeah, originally the men were born or awoke here in the very far east. And then they wandered from here. Some of them wandered from here, the so-called Edain, to Beleriand. And then they settled here and allied with the elves for the most part. Some on the way, though, let's say here, some stayed here, some of the Haladin, and some of the House of Marach stayed here in the north and became the Norsemen later. They didn't complete the journey to Beleriand, though, while others of the same house did, though. And so this region becomes a more populated with different, let's call them tribes of men, if you want to call them different groups of men that develop a bit separately over time. But yeah, the Edain are here, and then at the end, when Beleriand is destroyed, they get gifted this island, and that becomes Numenor, and the Edain that decide to go there become the Dúnedain, the Westmen, because the island is in the west. That's basically the short version of the origin story of man. I have a video about it's a bit experimental. It's maybe not ideal, but I like it a lot. It's you can post it here in chat if you want to know more about this. I at least tried to explain where the people went. I just used different names for it to confuse people, as if it's not already confusing enough. But Yeah, I don't know. I felt like for the Tolkien reading day, I think I made this video was an interesting idea. I'm not sure. It was also, the reception was quite well on this video too, but I don't know. But yeah, in this video you maybe learn more about it. I need to make a different video about this topic at some point. Like a dedicated topic for this. Can't imagine Minas Tirith having a puppy. That's true. Yeah, so little is known from Umbar, Khand, Rhûn, the Eastern Dwarf Kingdoms. Would be awesome if they had short stories. But we have so many other cool stories. But of course, it's always great to have more. Sauron thought he could dominate the dwarves too, but it didn't work. He underestimated the dwarves. So he didn't know that the dwarves would not be corrupted by them, I guess. Just in different ways. Like, the dwarves still were corrupt. They got greedy, and this went to the downfall of the dwarves too, which Sauron also probably liked. Yeah, they just got greedy, and their main kingdom, Khazad Dûm, or Moria as it's called, which is this a second age map? Yeah, well, it works too. That if Rivendell, whatever, we don't care about Rivendell right now, it's here. And south of it is Rivendell. I just moved the map around. It happens a lot today. Rivendell is somewhere here, just in relation. The Shire is roundabout here, and Bree is here. So you can maybe follow the route to Rivendell, and then Moria is somewhere down here. Just so we have a roundabout an orientation where things are. The Green Dragon. And I wish for the human origin story to be elaborated on. Yeah, it's a complicated thing. Similar to how Thor suffers from dragon's greed or whatever in the Hobbit. Oh, you mean Thorin, yeah. But also, I guess, Thor also had problems, maybe not. Oh, I have a good idea who the 9 could be. Oh, I remember this. What do you remember? I feel like this now sounds like a new video title, The Pups of Middle-earth. Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting idea for a video, I guess. If a human puts on a dwarf ring, I assume yes, because they are all among the greater rings of power. So I assume, yeah, he could be corrupted by it too. If Sauron has a one ring, though, they become a lot more safer to wear. I guess they would still corrupt you in some way or another. But it's safer to wear if Sauron has not the master ring, which Sauron loses at the end of the Second Age after the War of the Last Alliance. But yeah, I assume a dwarven ring would also corrupt a man. Yeah, the rings were not made. I guess the rings originally were made for elves. So Sauron's plan was to corrupt the elves and bring them under his control. and he underestimated the elves again, and they could just put off the rings when he forged the One Ring. He couldn't control them. So they were strong enough to say, oh no, perceive what Sauron was doing, what Sauron was trying, and then they could avoid it by simply putting the rings from their finger. And Sauron hoped that they would not be able to do this. Of course, if the elves would have kept the rings, maybe Sauron would have gotten control over them. They probably would have not turned them into Nazgûl. I don't think so. Complicated topic. A lot of speculation in this. I can't really say if you can turn an elf into a Nazgûl. There is the possibility of elven race, but they're usually most likely created without having a ring. So there are simply no examples for this. So it's pure speculation. So for elves becoming a Nazgûl, a ring race. But a normal race would be possible, I assume. If they, for example, don't follow, if they die, they get killed, and they don't follow the summon of the halls of Mandos himself, so don't go to Aman and get re-embodied there later by the Valar, and then then an elf could turn into a race, I assume, and would stay on Middle Earth and haunt it, basically. That would not necessarily make him more powerful, though. It would be a terrible fate for an elf, because he would be only a spirit, and a part of him would be missing, basically. So elves are only complete when they have body and mind. But if only their mind or soul is left, then it's not great for them being incomplete. And the only way to get their body back is go to Aman, and there they get a new body, basically. You can read about this in Morgoth's Ring, Laws and Customs. This chapter is a bit called. I think it's the Laws and Customs, to be honest. Maybe there's a separate chapter for it. Also, multiple versions exist. Originally, Tolkien planned that when elves die, their soul gets into the halls of Mandos, and then they get reborn, and basically grow up faster when they are reborn. But Tolkien said, this is a stupid idea, and then he went with the re-embodiment idea. There are multiple versions of this too, as always. Like, this is all work in progress, notes of Tolkien in the background stuff, never intended to be published. Does anyone feel like it's kind of unrealistic, let's put it that way, that Sauron just kind of tanks the sinking of Numenor, even though it was a direct attack from God? Well, he doesn't tank it. His body is completely destroyed and has also consequences for him. But also, I guess, the main part is that Numenor is sunk into the ocean, and everything is crushed by water, including Sauron. And as we learned, the water in the world of Tolkien is the least marred element in the world. So Sauron's power is not, Melkor's or Morgoth's power is not that strong or not existent in the water. And so it's a potential reason why the evil things often fear the water. Why, for example, the Nazgûl say, crossing a river, that's not really what we like here. And that might be also a reason why Sauron's physical body doesn't like being crushed by water. Just a theory, though. I'm away off for the night. Have a fun stream. Thank you for being here, Kierdan. Nice to have you. Sleep well, man. Yeah, he has a ring with him, but his spirit is able to take the One Ring with him as a dark wind. So he is able to get it out of the water. Because the ring also is his will and power. So their spirit is in it. It's kind of, connected if you want. And as a spirit being that is not that spirit being does not need a body. An elf needs a body to interact with the physical world. A spirit being does not necessarily need this, so he's able to interact with the ring in a way too, even though his body was destroyed. And then he brings it to Mordor and takes a new form again there, but he could never take a fair form, which was the consequence of getting destroyed there. And I guess Sauron also maybe expected to be destroyed there, but at least he got his revenge against Numenor. But who knows? The reborn version is weird. Yeah, it's a weird version, but of course Tolkien had to think or come up with something. Why did Sauron's forces lose so often if they were so scary and all? That's an interesting question. I guess he doesn't lose that often, to be honest. Like, his first big attack on Middle-earth is definitely the war of the elves and Sauron. And here he wins. He destroys the elves completely. And he would have won if not another force that was really, really powerful from outside intervened, which were the Númenóreans. They came from the island, and the elven king Gil-galad also contacted them and allied with them long before and asked them to help. And in the very last minute, when basically Sauron has conquered everything except for Mislond, basically, this is here on the map, Sauron has conquered everything else. He has also concealed Elrond here in Rivendell, which was created because he had to retreat and just made a settlement here. And the also the dwarves of Moria were here and trapped there and would close the door, not come out. And everything else was under Sauron's control. And then the Númenóreans came and crushed the remaining force. And together with the elves, he could not withstand and was utterly destroyed. And then he just retreated to Mordor, escaped closely, and the rest was basically all the other lands were destroyed. So it was not like they could now counter push into Mordor or anything. They were just have to rebuild everything, and Numenor started to build permanent settlements, or they started before, I guess, but Numenor definitely had now a stronger focus, and that was why he lost that. Usually there was some kind of reason in the world why he lost if he's so strong, even with the One Ring. And of course the reason is that Numenor was also other strong forces in the world to counter Sauron out, but these over time they went weaker and weaker, and that is why he so often loses in the end. Sauron can defeat the elves and maybe the dwarves, but he can't defeat elves, dwarves, and men all at the same time. That's just one faction too many, or one faction too much, whatever the correct word is. And that is probably why this looks like that Sauron is consistently losing if he's so powerful. And then later he doesn't have the One Ring anymore, so he's weakened, but he managed to regain enough strength, and the elves leaving Middle-earth, so the elf faction isn't that strong anymore. And and also the men is a bit scattered and probably also in some inner conflict here and there, which Sauron maybe orchestrated. As a result, they suddenly are not. The odds are looking much, much better for Sauron. And you also have to keep in mind that the Aman people, the Ainur, the Maiar, and Valar intervene in a way by sending. So Aman is this west continent. Intervene by sending the wizards with Gandalf, Saruman, Radagast, and the two blue wizards, and they help the others. So, and on top of that, Eru himself, that is God, is intervening too. So the odds are definitely against Sauron. It's kind of impressive how much he achieved by on his own, if that makes any sense. Let me see if I find here another version of the map here. Okay, I found a second age version of my globe here. I hope that answers the question, by the way. Yes, Numenor went down in Isildur's lifetime. Isildur managed to steal one of the saplings of the White Tree of in Numenor, called Nimlos the White, I think was the name, and he escaped. And then Elendil, everyone got on a ship. There were 7 ships. Elendil, Anarion, Isildur's brother, and Isildur himself all went on a ship with the Palantiri, the scepter, the crown, and was a crown a helmet? I forgot. What is it called? Elendilmir, that is like the star of Elendil. That's also a kingly jewel thing that you could basically wear some kind of crown. Not a crown, but it's hard to, probably around your head. I'm not sure exactly how you would wear it, but this thing, 7 Palantiri, the White Tree, and so on. So a lot of stuff they brought from Numenor and escaped with it. So I hope that answers the question a bit. Tsunamis doesn't make you lose the ring. And in this case, when the ring got cut off, that's a different thing. So the sword was not just a sword, it was a very special sword. It was Narsil, and interestingly a dwarven sword, and created by a dwarfsmith. Telchar was his name, if I remember correctly, and it was cut off, so separated from Sauron. Here, his body got crushed by water and, I don't know, other things that were flushed around and destroyed. And then he managed to pick up the One Ring. At the end of the Second Age, Sauron was defeated in combat. He was thrown down, but he also defeated Gil-galad and Elendil. And then Isildur went to Sauron and cut off the ring with his fingers, separated it from him. And then the body, the spirit of Sauron left his body and fled into the east. And he was not able to take the One Ring there with him, because maybe he was heavily weakened because the ring was taken away from him, separated from him, which might also mean a loss of power. And I guess he also feared the blade of Isildur. Very different situations, I guess. But it's an interesting point that you make. I just catch up with chat reform. Never mind, I get it. Okay, I hope that works out. What about the green wizard? There's no mention of a green wizard. Would be cool if there was. I only mean Radagast, but he was a brown wizard, not the green. The Walls of Sun, isn't that? I'm not sure. Is it called the wall? There's a vessel that carries the sun. Maybe you mean that, or do you mean the gates of night and day? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I made an interesting video about this combat. Maybe I can post it in chat, and that explains a bit what the exact background is for this. Let me see if I find it. This one here. It's part of the books, which I continue it as soon as I have my Elrond stuff done. The film and book series. And yeah, they go in a lot of detail, as if I remember correctly, into why Aragorn was able to beat the Nazgûl on Weathertop. Like, there were a lot of things going, you could say, into the way of Aragorn there. It's, in case you want don't the link, but the number that is of the series, episode 17. Yeah, exactly. First of all, there wasn't all 9. It was only 5 of the Nazgûl on Weathertop that were attacking him there. And then there was also the whole story of the moon, which is also an interesting component there. And then there was also Frodo resisting the Witch King. And Frodo even tried to strike the Witch King with a barrow blade. And he couldn't get through his armor with it, but that is quite a scary situation for him. And then you have Aragorn, who was not afraid of the Nazgûl, and that is also very unusual, that you meet the Nazgûl at night, and you are not afraid. And because Aragorn is simply not afraid. That's the thing. Or that is his thing. And yeah, that made the Nazgûl say, okay, maybe wrong Weathertop. We got the wrong address here. Maybe we have to go here. And then they just what do you call it? Zero out. So in short, Elendil owned a lot of stuff. Yes, considering that he was one of his father, Amandil, was the leader of the Faithful, and the Faithful were oppressed. He had a lot of cool stuff. Mostly elven stuff, and elven stuff wasn't that high valued anymore during this time. How can Elendil and Gil-galad defeat a full-power Sauron? Difficult to believe, because Sauron's power was not in combat. Sauron's power was in building a realm, great armies, and conquering the world, and being very cruel, and creating evil devices, and trying to deceive and decept people, and so on. So that was Sauron's power. Sauron was not like the 1v1 sword fighting champion or mace fighting champion. He was a sorcerer. He burned Gil-galad with a spell or whatever, or with his hand, because his hand burns for whatever reason. So maybe some kind of magic going on. And he also slew Elendil somehow. Well, how exactly is not described. And his body was also wounded in this context. And there were probably not many weapons that could even harm Sauron, I guess. But Elendil and Gil-galad had the weapons to do that. And they also managed to do this. And we also have to think that Elendil was also he was one of the Dúnedain, from the direct line of Elrond's brother. So also a powerful line. Gil-galad was also a very powerful king. And together they could, and both of them still died. And it was an Isildur with and he also managed to break the sword of Elendil, which was also, in of itself, how did the sword break? Like, it was a very powerful blade. Like, Telchar also made, for example, the helmet of Dor-lómin, which basically made its wearer invulnerable to, at least, I guess, arrows and stuff, physical attacks to some degree. So yeah, it was very powerful what was going on there, and Isildur just managed to cut off this ring in the end. Of course, I understand what you mean. It's hard to believe that they could defeat a fully powered Sauron with one ring, but yeah, they also died in the process. It's not like it was easy. They sacrificed themselves. Fun and interesting stream listening while I'm playing a game. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Hope you enjoy your game. What are you playing? Do you think we will get many flashbacks to the trees of Valinor in the upcoming series, or even a glimpse of Melkor? I definitely see we can see that we will get one or some flashbacks in the series. If we see Melkor, it's hard to say. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I could imagine. It would be pretty cool to have like footage of Melkor that I could show in a video or something. Even though I also appreciate all the awesome artwork I have access to. Fair enough. Thank you, but that still leaves me with questions of why didn't Sauron simply turn into a bat and fly away before flooding? That's a good question. A really good question. I don't know. Maybe there were some forces, like, I mean, God was intervening there and destroying Numenor that basically prevented this from happening. I don't know, but I don't have a good answer for this, though. Zero out. I'm not sure if this is a term. Isn't this a term? Like, if you disappear, then you say you zero out or something? Maybe it's only... Oh, is it delta out? I think it's not zero out, it's delta out, right? I forgot. It's Eru magic. Fair enough. Yeah, it's Eru magic. I don't know, but it's a good point. Very curious if the term... I think if you zero someone, you kill him, and if you delta out, you disappear, right? Something like this. I heard this phrase a lot in the Cyberpunk game, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. So I'm not sure if it's made up or if it's actually English, but I have definitely memorized it. Yeah, I assume also, because the series also focuses on the Second Age, that there will be only very brief mentions of the First Age stuff. Bombadil. Every answer that can't be answered, probably Bombadil. Right. Dip out, peace out. Yeah, the peace out also is not bad. Where's this delta out coming from? Okay, I think it's, according to the Urban Dictionary, it's an aerospace thing. Delta, an aircraft flying maneuver in the shape of a V, can be used to ask somebody to delta go away to another direction. Something like this. I'm not sure. Well, got work tomorrow, got to get some sleep. I enjoyed the stream. Thank you. Happy you enjoyed the stream. Nice that you were here. I won't stream that long anymore. We're close to 4 hours. That should be enough, I think. Also think the questions frequency just reduced a bit. How many different forms did Sauron take and how powerful were they? So he had the Anatar form, which was his fairest form to convince the elves, and it worked. So he managed to basically sneak into Eregion and make Celebrimbor and his guild, the Gwais Imirdain, believe that he was sent by the lords in the west. He was an ambassador of the west and believed him and started smithing or creating those rings of power that were in secret, all basically designed to be controlled by the one mastering that Sauron would later forge. $4 hours stream, I missed a lot. Yeah, probably. However, yes, so that was a very powerful form. You have to consider that Celebrimbor was most likely born in Aman, so he saw the lights of the two trees, and as a result, he can see the unseen. He was also maybe the grandson of Celebrimbor of Fëanor, and so could also from a very powerful line, and he could not see through Sauron's disguise. Even Galadriel could not. Galadriel didn't trust Sauron, but she was not like, yeah, this guy is totally Sauron. She did not know who he was. He just knew that he was not the one who he was pretending to be, and that she did not trust him. That she knew. She did not know who he was. So she could even, in a way, deceive Galadriel herself. This also shows that this form was quite powerful. There's also the mention of him transforming into a powerful werewolf, and into a vampire and a bat thing, and into a snake, I think, one time. These are all the forms I can think of right now. How powerful those are, I'm not sure. The werewolf form was really powerful, but still got beaten by Huan. Which Huan was a hound from Valinor, original from Orome, and yeah, he ended up in Beleriand and so on. Long story. Where would you live in Middle-earth? Dol Amroth for me. Dol Amroth is also probably a pretty decent place to live. Of course, Shire, boring answer, I guess. How strong is Tom Bombadil like compared to Gandalf? Greetings from Sweden. It's very hard to say, to be honest. I don't know. It also depends on what Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White. I could imagine that Gandalf the White was at authority, also a lot of authority. But I still would argue that Tom Bombadil was probably more powerful, because it's very impressive that the One Ring wasn't even affecting him the slightest. Like, it was for him a toy that makes, or leads to the conclusion that he must be very powerful, maybe even more powerful than Gandalf. And in his own realm especially, he had like a lot of authority, even above the Barrow-wights and so on. So yeah, I assume maybe he was more powerful than Gandalf, but it's just my interpretation, hard to say. Also, yeah, nice. Sweden, also always awesome to have some Swedish people here. Yeah, exactly. It's a very powerful form if he could fool both of them. I mean, Galadriel only to some degree, like he couldn't see through his disguise. Both couldn't, but at least she knew something was wrong with this guy. I had no idea that he turned to a snake. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, it's very briefly, he is basically trapped by, he takes his werewolf form and fights against Huan, is defeated by Huan in a very hard fight, and then he tries to escape and switches through multiple forms, I think, if I remember correctly. And one of those is a snake, I think, and then he turns back to his normal form. Yeah, Thorin could also turn, but Sauron also turned into a bat, or into a vampire. But the problem will be finding this quote right now. Probably we have to look into this next time. I won't find it this fast. But if you have a lot of Langeweile, as we would say in German, you could definitely do it. But I'm pretty sure Sauron also turns, and then he flies away when Luthien has the control over the tower there. He flies then away as a bat. Pretty sure that is true, and he loses blood, and the blood does something to the surrounding world. It drips on. What in the world did the Rangers of the North actually do? What was the... So, the Sauron, of course, and maybe others tried to find the One Ring, and they later sent also creatures into Eriador. Sauron wanted to also, not suppress, but want to oppress everything. Want to bring evil over the world and his control. And in the mountains, for example, in maybe in Gundabad, depends on the time. Sometimes the dwarves captured Gundabad back, but there are these mountain ranges, Misty Mountains. And in some places of the Misty Mountains, there maybe orcs and trolls lived, and sometimes they went down doing stuff in Eriador, and the Rangers of the North tried that the people are safe in... Wait, let me just bring up the map really quick to show this to you. So yeah, somewhere here, Gundabad is here. You can see it. Also, the name is very small though. I can't hit it perfectly for whatever reason. What button do I have to press? Control, I think. That works. Yeah, there's Gundabad. And yeah, from these mountain ranges, the orcs also maybe, and other creatures. And we have the troll shores here. We know that in the troll shores, even during the time around the Hobbit, there were still trolls around. And the Rangers of the North were around there for hundreds of years. So, yeah. They maybe go to Eriador and maybe attack here and there. It's still... Some parts are definitely dangerous, and the Rangers of the North protect them. In the chapter, The Council of Elrond, you can hear the answer of Aragorn, where he explains. Boromir basically says, also in the films, by the blood of my people, your borders are safe. And then Aragorn basically says, no dude, you have no idea what you're talking. We are the Rangers of the North, we protect the people here. And the people even don't like us as a result, because we have to do everything in secret and keep them safe at night and so on and so forth. And many people died. For example, when the Nazgûl at some point attacked here during the War of the Ring. Also, some Rangers of the North try to defend. They also defend the Shire and so on. So they're definitely very active. And originally they were the kings of this region, but when Arnor gets destroyed by Angmar, basically, in the war against Angmar, or the remains of Arnor, Arthedain is the last... Arnor was splitted into 3 kingdoms at some points, and Arthedain was the last one, and was destroyed. And then the heir of the king, who we also talked today about him, he died in the water, icy waters somewhere here. Arvedui was his name, and yeah, his son survived, and there was nothing to rule over anymore, and so he decided to become a Ranger of the North, a chieftain of the Rangers of the North, and these chieftains always grew up in Rivendell, which is here. So that's roundabout how it works. But a very interesting question. You don't hear much about them, to be honest, but there are some mentions of them here and there. Yeah, of course, orcs, barrow wights, wargs, at some point Nazgûl, trolls maybe. Been sub for a while. First live stream, great content. I think your videos of Glorfindel and Círdan are 2 of my favorites. Also, I think the Amazon's going to blow. Just my opinion. Hey, no problem. Oh, RB Kitty is also there. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm not sure how good the show will be or not. I will just wait and see if it's good. I will say it's good, and if it's against the law, I will say this is different in the law and just make content out of it. So for me, as I always say it, basically the same answer. For me as a YouTube person, I can make content out of this that people might find interesting. So in this regard, I'm a bit biased here. Basically, it will definitely probably help my channel get some views. I can't deny this. Also, thank you. Very happy that you mentioned the Glorfindel video, which I also like a lot. Also one of my favorite videos. It gets a bit overlooked on my channel, I feel often. Maybe because it's part of the film and book series, like a special episode of those. But yeah, still pretty neat and relatively long too. It's not, I think, 40 minutes, 45, something like this. But yeah, the Círdan video also, I really like it a lot. And the Elrond video, of course, if it will be completed at some point, is probably also my favorite. I like it a lot. But yeah, happy you enjoy the live stream and are sub to the channel. Bring up the map. Tolkien crushing geology with his maps. Was Aragorn's grandfather? I'm not sure. I remember that there was like a mention of a troll attack or something. I know the father was attacked by an orc. The father was killed by an orc attack. I think he got an arrow to his eye or something like that. Sounds very unpleasant, to be honest. Yeah, I think there was something with Galadriel and the grace that she wanted to give her grace to Frodo. Later Arwen did this, and it was kind of accepted. It's a bit complicated with who gave her grace to go to Aman to who what other person. That's confusing. There's also like a mention of Arwen at the end. It's where Queen Arwen also talks to Frodo about this. Was it to Frodo? I think. But I don't remember the story about Aragorn's grandfather, to be honest. I would have to look it up. Can't tell you out of my head right now. Yeah, Tolkien was a very awesome, intelligent creator. There's so many details there, pretty awesome. Wonder if the hobbits had to pay some taxes. It's quite possible, because Bilbo is basically, I assume he owns some land. And it is possible that he might get some money from the people borrowing land from him. I'm not sure, but that's how I assume what Bilbo was basically living off when he was not getting very wealthy treasures from Erebor. Yeah, the Rangers received no thanks and were looked at weirdly. Exactly, they were looked down upon, and people gave them nicknames like Strider. Círdan video is the best. Yeah, I like this video a lot. I never expected to get so long, but it's a pretty awesome one. Who's your favorite character in Middle-earth and why? Also, I really enjoyed the stream. Great work. Favorite character? There are many. I have to say, considering that I do like 4 to 6 hour long video about Elrond. Elrond is definitely one of my favorite, let's say, side characters, because he's such a tragic figure, and even though many things are very tragic in his life and don't go his way, he never does really something wrong and never grows bitter in a way. So he's never angry. He's never like, if you take, I don't want to shame Celeborn, but he always has, or sometimes he is a bit anti-dwarf, if that makes sense. So he still has what do you call it? So a bit the tradition of the Sindar elves and the dwarves not liking each other due to what happened in Doriath. The dwarves attacked Doriath and killed Thingol and so on. He still has this in him a bit, and also mentioned it when Gimli is visiting those Lorien. You can, if you read it a bit between the lines. And Elrond, in my opinion, is totally different. Like, Elrond would have a lot of reasons to grow bitter, but he never does. He's always welcoming to all the people coming to Rivendell. And in a way, I find this a very positive character and message, if that makes sense. That's why I like Elrond a lot. I think it's a really cool character with a ton of backstory, and even though it's a very detailed and nuanced backstory, but there's so much and so many tragic events happen in this life, and also the story of his ancestors is really fascinating, which I mostly cover in the Elrond video. And the second part will be more about what Elrond does and what happens in the Second Age. Very curious what people will think about this. I hope I can complete the second part this month. Yeah. First Age hard to translate to cinema. It's maybe, how do you basically give grace to others? I think it's basically like a prayer, and then the Valar or God accepts it or not. Yeah, how was Bilbo making money? I assume, like I said, he possessed land. He was like, no, it's not a landlord, but something like this. And people maybe had like a farm and was having fields on this land. Maybe had to pay him something for it. That's my theory. It's never really explained, to be honest. Bilbo's gold came from the dwarves. Yeah, his later riches came from the dwarves, though. That's true. The books make him seem like seems like he just sits at home and reads books. Yeah, that's basically it. And he maybe he gets some taxes paid from the land that he borrowed or something like that. It's just my theory is him borrowing land, but it would make some sense, I guess, because he was one of the higher society hobbits. The old men in these three hunters in the woods. What hunters do you mean? You don't mean like in Fangorn. That would of course be Gandalf the White, but yeah, forgetting it. Yeah, he also Bilbo also received like rings made out of mithril, and in the chapter, what was it? In the Moria, one of the Moria chapters, Gandalf explains that he never told Bilbo, but they were worth more than the entire Shire. I assume it is Journey in the Dark. It was the first chapter in Moria. What scene of all the movies is, in your opinion, most close to the books? And that's also difficult. I think some of the early Shire dialogues is pretty close to the books, just the films arrange it a bit differently. But I think the Shire section is really close to the book. For the except for the time, but just some scenes from it, like the mountain Gandalf, mountain stuff, and so on. That's really close, I think. It captures how I imagine it at least quite well, especially in the extended edition. Now, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, yeah, then maybe it was Gandalf the White, maybe not. I know that they see him jumping like up somewhere or something really interesting. Yep, I'm here. Oh, you're pretty behind. I'll be kidding. I think. like behind in watching the stream. You stated on the VoF podcast that the series could only be a 3 season. Did I say this? Did I say this? Maybe I can't remember saying that, to be honest. Maybe I worded something poorly or something. I don't think it's only 3 seasons. I think I discussed somewhere that I could imagine that they maybe go into the third age at some point. But maybe, I don't know. If I said this, no, that's, and I must have worded this wrongly. Is this a word? Why do we see different renditions of geography of Middle-earth? I've seen, because it's complicated. Tolkien, of course, has Eriador and so on, but some other places it's not 100% clear how far away they were at what time, especially if you look at earlier ages. And yeah, especially if you conclude first age stuff and second age stuff, when the world changes, becomes a sphere, or Beleriand sinking to the ocean and so on, and Middle-earth looks suddenly different. And in those contexts, or where at some point the Sea of Helkar vanishes, and it's not clear where was it, how close was part of it still overlapping with Mordor or not, and so on. We now got new information, and it's really hard to figure this out because Tolkien never really explained it on detail. You have to puzzle pieces together, so I assume that's why you see different versions, and sometimes artists also take some freedom to create maps and so on. Yeah, it's really a difficult task to translate Tolkien to the big screen stuff, I agree. Does he say "fly, you fools" only in the movies? That's a good question. I could swear he says it in the books too, but this scene is so burned into my mind. It might be a movie thing, if I'm to be honest. No, he says it in the books too. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. "Fly, you fools," he cried, and was gone. It's also in the books. Page 331, The Bridge of Khazad-dûm. Good question. Good that I said at first, yeah, it is in the books, but I'm not sure. Then I said, no, it's probably a movie thing, right? And then it is in the books. But as said, sometimes, like in my mind, especially if I haven't read a chapter, and as also to make screenshots for videos or so, I watch the films relatively often. And if I haven't read a chapter a long time, like I don't know, for a year or two, suddenly film scenes and book scenes in my mind mesh together to something new. I know if you know what I mean, but probably some of you have the same problem, and then you can't remember, did they say it in the book or not? Really difficult at times. Oh, it wasn't him being Saruman. However, Saruman wears a hood, not a hat. Yeah, that's a good question. Can't answer you. Would need to look into the chapter, and probably could be like a mistake. I don't know, to be honest. Maybe somebody in chat knows more about this. Oh, sorry, it was Men of the West. Ah, okay. Yeah, he was, I think, in the episode before me, as a guest there. Yeah, maybe it was like an illusion. Maybe it was Saruman also walking around. I'm not sure. Rainbow flag Saruman would be interesting. Yeah, that is true. That is also a thing that is not in the films. Like in the books, Saruman has like this robe that changes color depending on what angle you look upon it, and he calls himself Saruman of many colors, which is a very, very interesting. Saying his rainbow flag Saruman is a very good reference. I like it. What's your favorite ice cream? With well done strawberry, I would say. But there are also others that are pretty close, but more to the fruity stuff, I guess. Like I made one time a vacation in Italy, and they had just the best ice cream ever. It was pretty awesome. Marcelo, I think we had a similar question a while back. Try to answer it again shortly. Is it true that elves are not actually immortals when going to Valinor and just live longer and healthier lives? Or does reaching Aman as a hobbit mean you can actually never die? Now, the land itself does not make you immortal. It's the immortals that make the land undying, if that makes sense. And the land is hallowed and also blessed by the Valar, and less smart as the other world. The world itself is smart, so in a state that it's damaged basically by the first Dark Lord, and as a result, it changes a lot and is not ideal for example, the elves. The elves live in constant. If they stay on Middle Earth, their being clashes a bit with the smart nature of the world. But in Aman, this smart nature is basically reduced to an absolute minimum. So that's why they have to go there. If they would stay in Middle Earth, at some point, they are immortal, even in Middle Earth. But at some point, at some point they would turn into spirits. And elves are not complete if they are only a spirit. So they need body and spirit. I think Tolkien describes it as the spirit consumes the body, something like this in Morgoth's Ring. And yeah, that is the reason why elves have to leave Middle Earth at some point, because in Aman they also have the Valar that they can probably heal them and so on, but there they can live out their immortality better, because also the world in Aman does not change much because it's less smart. For example, nothing withers really there, if I remember this correctly. I think in Nature of Middle Earth there's like some passages that imply that flowers don't really wither there and so on. And it's always basically spring or summer or something like this. And that is much closer if you are an immortal being. As a mortal being, you don't want that things constantly are in change and troubling you and so on. That is a reason. But they still are immortal even in Middle Earth, but they need to leave it at some point due to this clash of nature. And a hobbit going there would also die there at some point. I'm not sure if he would live longer. I think Tolkien also describes somewhere that elves don't perceive time really differently than men. So, and I assume the time in Aman also doesn't flow differently. So in this regard, I would not expect them that they live forever in Aman, but they definitely die at some point. They stay mortal. So yeah, I hope this answers. Excellent answer, thank you. Okay, great. Will Glorfindel be in the Lord of the Rings Prime series? I hope so, to be honest. Lemon with strawberries. Yeah, lemon ice cream is also pretty awesome. Agree on that. Oh, also welcome back, Gigi. Nice to have you here. Catching the end of the stream. Are there other descriptions of the creatures like the Watcher in the Water or others like in the book? There are some weird creatures probably sometimes people forget about. But yeah, about the Watcher in the water, there's, I think, nothing. It's not clear where he's from, or it is from, etc. I always wonder what it really was that attacked the Fellowship outside the Gate of Moria. Yeah, that is basically the same question, I guess, or related question. Yeah, it's hard to say. It seems it's somehow related to Sauron, so it can't be. If this would not be stated, I would argue that it's probably a nameless thing or something, but that can't be because Sauron does not know about the nameless thing. Oh, nice. Jan just, welcome to the people. Thank you for the support for your channel membership. On Twitch it's called sub, so thanks for the sub, I guess, but here on YouTube this might be confusing. Much appreciated, thank you for the support. But I think your last name will be impossible for me to pronounce. But yeah, sadly there's not much known about this, so it's not a nameless thing. It could be... What else could it be? I guess it's some weird creature that maybe lived there forever. Maybe it is something ancient. Maybe it's an ancient servant of Morgoth that, I don't know, hides there in this place. We know that, for example, Sauron created the breeds of werewolves. This is, of course, not a werewolf, but there are definitely mentions of Melkor or Morgoth and even Sauron making certain wicked creatures to serve them. So it could be one of those, and it's simply never mentioned. I guess it's just like kind of a surprise. I've been in and out of the room. I will just to accommodate your show. Nice. Okay, people, it's now 4 hours 26 minutes. I said like an hour ago I would not go above 4 hours. Yeah, the lake filled over time, true. And now I went over 4 hours. That is, of course, problematic, to say the least, because then the stream is again so long. But we haven't talked in 2 weeks, people, so there is that. And so we'll end the stream in a moment, I would say. Could maybe go for a few more questions or suggestions. I can only hint again at my second game, my second channel. If you are also interested in my gaming-related content, Elrond video is currently in the works. Next, still currently in the works. Is there anything else? Well, after that Elrond video, another Elrond video is in the works, so there's a lot of Elrond stuff coming up soon. I also still have to do something in the background really quick, which I forgot to do before the stream. No, basically I did not forget about it. I had not the time for it. It was a quite busy day. Let me see, how could I pull this off, chat? I just take this out of this thing here. Maybe it works. So I have to do the credits for the video here. So I have to render them really quick in the background. An ancient experiment of Melkor. Something like this, yeah, totally possible. You always say that and we always stay. Yeah, that is true. Do you believe that the Arkenstone could be a Silmaril tossed into the earth? Like, I like this theory. That is a very interesting point. Did I talk about this in the Elrond video? Or is it in the next video? I'm not 100% sure, but there's a book called The History of the Hobbit, it's not written by edited by Christopher Tolkien, but it also is a Tolkien scholar that is very well known. I can't look at it right now because it's out of my, from my perspective, I can't see it. I think the author is Radcliffe, right? Let me see how he's. I don't want to say the author's name wrong. I simply sometimes have a bad memory. History of the Hobbit. I know he starts with an R. Maybe it's Radcliffe. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. English pronounced John D. Radcliffe. History of the Hobbit. Awesome book. And in it, he has also the theory. So there was a point in the book where the Hobbit might have played in Beleriand during the First Age. And in this context, if maybe the elf king from the Hobbit, that later became Thranduil, could have been at one point, maybe, just a theory, be related to Thingol. Not Thingol, he could be identical with Thingol, or maybe, I don't know, another king from this time that also might have had to do with the Silmarillion. And the theory might be that originally, in very early thoughts of Tolkien, we're talking about like 1920, 1930, so early in his writing process. The Arkenstone and one of the Silmaril could be related. Maybe because Tolkien at some point distanced himself from the idea, putting the Hobbit inside his legendarium, and just borrowed some names and some elements, and those just remained, like Gondolin, the name Elrond. That is why he has his twin brother Elros, because Elrond became an elf. In the original version, Elrond was the first king of Númenor, and so on. Very complicated topic, though in this context, yes, maybe at some point in Tolkien's thought process, the Arkenstone might have been a Silmaril. Because also in early versions, the Silmarilli were not that important in the lore, to be honest. That changed later over time a bit. Also, welcome, Chambers. And as a result, this could be true. However, the lore we have now, that makes no sense that the Arkenstone is a Silmaril. For the current version, it doesn't work. But it could be that in Tolkien's creating and thought process, this might have been the case at one point. I assume this is also why some people have this theory, because it might have been really there at some point, but in my opinion, definitely is not the case. If you just look at the Silmarillion and at the Hobbit and at how the Legendarium is structured, etc., it makes more sense that the Silmaril was, they died close to Beleriand, and Erebor is just on the other side of the world, but it's relatively far away. You could argue underground lava flow and streams and rivers maybe transported it there, but still, it was mined out of the mines in this forest. It makes, from my perspective, little sense that this transition happened there at some point. So I don't see this, and also the properties of this Arkenstone seem to be slightly different and so on. So there are hints that it is not the Silmaril. I think I talk about in the part 1 of the Elrond video or part 2 of the Elrond video, which might come out later this month. When will you do another lore Q&A? I will do another lore Q&A in round about 2 weeks. I try to do them bi-weekly, don't be too strict with my timing there, but roundabout I try to make one every two per month, basically. Speaking of 2 per month, I definitely need to do the credit thing, right? Let me see, I need to render this. Maybe I take this here, it's from April, but I take it. Minute long. Delete the old one. What is the music that I put there? You can't see anything. I could keep the music, I guess. I like this thing. I just have to render it now. I hope that works, chat. In case the stream is lagging or something, it's due to me rendering something in After Effects, in Adobe Premiere really fast. Should have done this before the stream, I know, chat. What can I say? Sometimes I'm not reliable. Preparing things. Credits. I should double check what is in the end though. Oh, you can hear the scrabble, right? No, you can't. You maybe can hear it. I'm not sure. What is my message that I have put in there? Yeah, I can leave this. Okay. If you hear weird noises, it has just to do with my credit thing that I'm editing in the background real quick. Because I said I credit my supporters here in the videos. I forgot last time. I'm sorry for that. Oh boy, it's. Let me just double check something really quick. We're at the end of the stream, so please allow me to just do some stuff in the background really quick. Yeah, that should roundabout work. If anyone still wants to join the credits. Great, I will be expecting stream to join from the beginning. Yeah, there's definitely a VOD of the stream too, but of course if you want to ask questions, I assume it's probably better if you are there from the beginning or at least during the stream. But yeah, we'll leave the stream VOD on. Try to add the sources and a time code. If people, just a general idea for the live streams. For me, it's very time consuming. There's this YouTube time code or timestamp function where you basically see the sections, etc. If people have like an interesting question or something or a section, maybe post the time code and the topic in the comments if you want. If you have the time or if you go through it again. Then I might add it to the description. But for me, it's basically very too time consuming to go through the whole video again and create the time code manually. The timestamps, if you know what I mean. So if people want to help out there, feel free to do this. But yeah, it's totally optional. It's basically me being too lazy to go through to a 4-hour or 4.5 hour long stream and placing all the time codes manually. It's just take some time. Hi Chris, bye Chris. The annoying bell did not let me know. Freaking algorithm. Yeah, I don't know what it is with the notifications. But thanks for joining. The VOD will be available right after the stream in case you're interested in that. If you have a question, you can ask it right now. It's your chance here now, but yeah. I don't know what it is with the notifications. Like there is a bell, you can even set, there were at some point different bell settings you could change. And then there's also on your Google account or on your YouTube account a settings option where you can also deactivate bell notifications or something. And I think sometimes it conflicts with your setting or with the default setting. I have no idea. For me, it's also very sad that I often hear that people did not get notified. I would change it if I could, but yeah, it doesn't work properly at times. And I don't know why. I have literally no idea what the problem could be there. Well, let me just hope this renders really fast. Okay, it says it takes 30 seconds. That's good. Always like when my computer starts getting louder while rendering. Good night from Yorkshire, Chris. And don't keep us waiting for too long for Elrond 2. Yeah, I really try to not keep you too long waiting. But as said, 2 hour long videos are even videos that are just 1 hour long take just a long time to edit and to make. Was there a time when the White Wolves invaded the Shire, or am I nuts? I'm not sure if wolves invaded, but I know that there was a time when orcs invaded the Shire. But maybe I think somewhere back in my mind, something that rings a bell. Maybe does somebody in chat know? An airsoft game of a dwarf gold would be awesome. I think there were several attacks. There was this fell winter. I'm not sure if wolves are mentioned there though. Where it was really cold, and that was when Gandalf learned about the Shire and noticed how they helped each other and how compassionate they were. And this impressed Gandalf greatly. Maybe in this time there were also wolf attack mentioned. I'm not sure about this though. But I definitely know that there was like the orc attack where golf was invented with the orc chieftain called Golfimbul. Or Orc King, I think he was even called. Yeah, there was a cold winter. Yes, it was a long winter. Maybe there's also a mention of wolf, but I couldn't tell you where you find out about this. Maybe Unfinished Tales, maybe Appendices, Lord of the Rings, Hobbit. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, when the river was frozen, right? Yeah, the collective mind of chat is always amazing. And yeah, shoutouts to all the people supporting me with likes and comments and channel memberships and all that stuff, or follow me on Twitch or whatever, or even subscribing there. Pretty awesome. I hope this month here gets a bit better when I release my Elrond video, because currently my views just dropped on my channel by 60% or something for no apparent reason, even though last and the months before that were pretty awesome. So keep recommending my channel if possible. But yeah, sometimes it happens. YouTube is sometimes very strange when it comes to this. Credits YouTube live stream. Okay, all I have to do is basically set this to November and change the video file, of course. It might be that some people are not mentioned there probably, but at least we have end credits. So, okay, credits roll. Maybe I can talk over it a bit again. So yeah, thank you all for your support. Much appreciated. It was a lot of fun today. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Sorry for taking so long to making the credits ready, but what can I say? Notification problems are sadly still part of YouTube, as we found out. I hope they can be solved. Check my, as mentioned here in the credits video, my second channel if you like my gaming content too. Would be much appreciated. Still need I need 1,000 subs to get the community tab, I think. Would be at least great getting that one, but we're 900 subs short, so, but whatever. If you like gaming stuff, maybe check this channel out. Try to upload that too a little bit. Not sure when I stream next time on Twitch. Currently we play Age of Empires there. If you like RTS games, but I'm very bad at Age of Empires 4, so there's that. Elrond videos in the making will come next, I hope, if there's no special news or anything in between. And I would say that is then the end of the stream. Much appreciated. Thank you for watching. See you people next time. Goodbye.